that conversations thing running that we fiddled with the other day, which I think is kind of neat. I think it would be a bit overwhelming for large, super busy forts. It's good fun solo too. I mean, there might also be people in chat that want to play. So if you're playing EDF, just like post in chat or post on the Discord or something. Or post in the Halcyon frequency room that you're looking for group, because I don't know, you might be able to get a couple other people playing. I mean, the game is still like a reasonable price. That game at full price, not reasonable ask to play, but that game in cheap mode, yeah, that perfectly reasonable to ask for. But to look for people to play with anyway. Hype trains are off cooldown, but let's dive in. Let us dive in. So, we are trying to finish up the bottom of this. As for the fort itself, which is our obsidian printer, as for the fort itself, it's still massive. Just kind of the usual stuff. Not too much has changed. What time of year are we in right now? Mid-autumn. We are currently in mid-autumn. I don't think Stone's here currently, but we are in mid-autumn as it sits. So we've got some time to just chill. Which means everything's going to be freezing pretty soon, so I shouldn't be turning that on. Are we trading with anybody currently? Yes, but I think we already traded, so that's good. Aside from that, the dwarves that are alive in the fort right now are as follows. We have Pilot, Don Caribou, Vimamel, Quevenir, Nanochip, Volleylol, Diamond Destruct the Second, Axon the Third, Zindros, Stone, Bellonair, Massive Lumpy Dragon, Rory, Knowles, Jimmy Tibby, Arch, LaFonda, Zetsuki, Laggy, Team Xeno, Do It, and Cucumber, Blue Space Weeb, Bastet, Disco, Tygo, Paranoid Metroid, Ducky, Oswix, and of course Leatherdicus, the recent baby, and Whitcode. If you would like me to check in on one of your dwarves, just let me know in chat. For example, Diamond feels so good and is 46 years old. You haven't been a baby in a while. EDF 5 is way too expensive ammo. $25, it's fine. At $68.99 or whatever the fuck it is at full price, yeah, it's way too expensive. But $25 is fine for that game. If you have people to play it with, it's good fun for that price. It's like the equivalent of buying Killing Floor or something. It's just big, goofy explosions and lots of bugs. Warframe is cheaper. This is true. Yeah, this is. Warframe also requires more spatial awareness. Also, you can't defend Mother Earth from any alien attack in Warframe. Huh. Diamond, fun fact. You're married to Axon. Did you know that? You're Axon's wife. So next time Axon comes by, you can be like, "Oi, I'm your wife." Depends on the kit. Probably. You've got a child if you're correct, do you? I don't see no kid. Oh no, you have an only daughter. Yes, Paranoid Metroid is your kid. You and Axon had the child Paranoid Metroid, yep. Who is now named Tekud. He changed his name. We are trying to redo a lot of our roads in Kimberlite. Oswick's most recent thing that they said is, "I put on an exceptional item and it pleases me." What are we working on right now? Kimberlite blocks and rock crafts. Okay. No demands from you. Okay. Well, let's just let them work on those crafts. Once those crafts are done, we will move forward. One thing at a time. Also, I need to make sure if the naming in the title is correct. Yes, it is. 177 is correct. Your tombstone? You mean tombstone? What do you mean by tombstone? Is this like a reference to something that I don't understand? I'm very confused when YouTube says that I have a comment, but I can't see it. Now, does that mean that they've set their comments to private or some weird setting? Or does that mean that like I have them blocked? Like if I'm told by YouTube that I have a comment on a video and I can't actually see it, what is the cause of that? Could it be an auto-deleted comment? But YouTube doesn't auto-delete comments. YouTube adds them to a hidden comments section that I can then go moderate, or they auto-delete them after 60 days. It doesn't just auto-delete them. Volleylol says, I'm finished up some work and that was satisfying. Letharticus says, GABA. Very important. Ducky says, I slept in a bedroom. I'm very pleased. Noel says, I've made a master priest crown. Afonda says, I slept in a bedroom. How blissful I am. Sleeping in a bedroom is bliss. Lumpy is carrying a boulder. Very euphoric due to inebriation, but hopeless when caught in the rain. So here, let me show you. Right? I'll pause the game for a second and pop up YouTube. Episode 176 of Longdeath, which went up this morning, has a comment on it. I click on it. No content available. I click on held for review, which are the auto-deleted ones. No content available. Comments are removed from here after 60 days if I don't manually approve them. If I go to the video and scroll down beneath, which I did earlier, it also says no content available. Why does that happen? This is what I'm trying to figure out. It's happened to me for ages, and I like it doesn't really bother me or anything, but it's a little bit confusing. I don't know. It's more just kind of a, why does that happen? YouTube being twitchy? I don't think so. But it will never show up. Knowles is wearing old clothes. Are you really? No, you aren't. All of your clothing are new. Sir. Okay, you need a new unicorn crown. Man, you are a blinged out son of a bitch. See, you've got two shoes, sock, hood, a right mitten, a left mitten, trousers, a cloak on your upper body. You have an amulet, silk glove, earring, left glove, a bone ring on your first finger, a bone ring, a vest that it's kind of old, a cave spider silk dress, a granite crown, right earring, bracelet, gabbro ring, pigtail thread sewn into your something, stitches, ring, a crown, an earring, a bracelet, an earring, a ring, a bracelet, a ring, an earring, a crown, a bone crown, a granite crown, a mica crown, a marmot bone crown, a granite crown, a bone ring, a bone amulet, a bone bracelet, like an iron ring, a nice amulet, a gabbro earring, a bracelet, a wolverine bone amulet, chicken attack, a gabbro earring, that more bracelets, earring, bracelet things, best, all of the stuff. And speaking of stuff, I have to read stuff off of the Discord now. And good day, B-Lug, how are we? Let's scroll up. Where did I read up to previously? My Carophagus right stories not appropriate anteaters. Heck, caps lock, shoot for the moon. Okay, they're gone, bring heavy cream. That reeks of Dio. Huh? That's shortbread. That's shortbread. Anyways, here's more Wonderwall. Savvy. Savvy. Why that? Stop wondering. Just do it. 50 Shades Lighter Orange Cheese Burger. There we go. Wrong button. Right button. So moral tanked after having to talk again to the funeral house. Yep. Hopefully they're not, like, ripping you guys off an arm and a leg. We had kind of problems with some of that stuff. That dwarf needs more crowns. I lost count of how many crowns that dwarf had. That was Knowles. It was complaining that they don't have any new clothing on, which I found out about via this nightmare. Meanwhile, Doran sang the poet of phrases at the simple dinner, and it's really exciting. Only a few things to finish. That's good. Well, I hope that you recover quickly. Where do all the unicorn rings come from? My unicorn herd, which are up here. Up here. All of these ewes. We've got unicorn foals and unicorn adults. Yeah. I also have a lot of cows. People don't ever wonder where the cow bone stuff comes from. But everybody wonders where the unicorn stuff came from. We traded for a breeding pair of unicorns, and it took us about 100 years to actually get a functioning breeding pair in this fortress. But once we got a functioning breeding pair, because they kept on bringing, like, they'd bring males, and then they wouldn't bring any for, like, 20 years, and then they'd die. And then they'd only bring females, and then they wouldn't bring any for another 20 years, and then they'd die, and it was kind of annoying. Not to be confused with humans. Yeah, humans are totally different than unicorns. Boy. It's really interesting reading a lot of people's thoughts on this stuff. Be like, you have to have a peek at this. Because this post is blowing up right now. It's gained about 4,300 votes in the last 6 hours or so. Considering it's a post from December 2020. I ate in a dining room. How blissful. I agree. Eating in a dining room is pretty blissful. You have a good time at work, Pilot. Don't work too hard, yeah? Don't work too hard. Thanks for hanging out today. Also, Aquasar, how's your new year been? It's been good so far. Been blah. I don't know what it's like outside. I haven't left the house since last year. Although unfortunately I have to leave the house today. So my streak of not going outside for a whole year is ruined now, fortunately. It was nice and quiet in here. Although I did spend kind of an abnormally large amount of time outside for a while. The last time I went outside though, I did go snowshoeing, so there is that. I guess like that's probably one of the best things I could do going outside for the first time in a while is climbing a mountain in snowshoes. I was near an arranged statue. How pleasurable. Well, at least some, this does prove that the statues do actually help a little bit because I see that more often in there. It's an interesting post, but it's like, that's a post that's existed for a very long time, right? And I remember seeing it pop up on the user voice ages ago, and I liked it. I just kind of, left a response to it. And then the other day, let's confirm this. Yeah, on the 3rd, so yesterday, this person tweeted it out. And it got a couple retweets. And it's still getting retweets. I highly doubt Twitch will say anything. But I don't know. I don't really like the splits that Twitch has for subs. But my response to it is, okay, just make money off outside of Twitch. That's been my response for a while, and it's been, like, thanks to people who support me on Patreon, quite successful, more or less. There is a buzzard body there, which we should get rid of. So, like, not to push down anybody who, you know, streams on Twitch and doesn't get by, but you kind of have to just find alternatives. And it works if you can give people a reason to fund those alternatives. I don't know. It would be lovely to have a better split for subscribers, but I just don't see it happening. I just do not see it happening. Well, I mean, like, how much does a platform deserve isn't the question. It's how much does the platform need to not lay people off that work at the platform? That's the question, right? Because we unfortunately live in profit-driven industries. How much does a platform need to be profitable enough so that the parent company doesn't shut them down, right? You know, I think Good Old Games is a perfectly good example of that right now. A company that loses over $1 million in a year. GOG just laid off a bunch of people and is laying more people off, and is having to redo their entire business model because of how unprofitable they've been for the past very long time. I've seen a lot of dwarves with bad vests, so let's make a bunch of silk vests because I've got a lot of silk. It's also okay. We are currently still making cloth. Good. So I don't know. Started work, which is good, but since the kids are doing virtual learning for a couple of weeks, likely to become a month or two, they understandably are bored and annoyed. You know, it's interesting how kids change. When pandemic stuff first started, most parents that I knew, their kids were just ecstatic to be at home all the time, and now kids are just like bored and annoyed that they don't get to go to school, which I think is like man, back in my day, like when I was like 12 or in my early teens, the thought of like just being able to do school from home for a year would have been the coolest shit ever for the majority of kids that I knew growing up. Like, holy shit, we would have been so excited to do that. It's interesting how quickly kids' opinions change on that sort of thing. So everybody's weaving thread into cloth, which is what we need, and now we're making a bunch of silk vests. Excellent. But yeah, I don't think it's how much does the platform deserve. I think it's how much does the platform need to be sustainable. I think if Twitch was more transparent about that, maybe that discussion would be different. Also, Twitch has almost no incentive to, you know, pay affiliates more. Yeah, how the heck does that work? Kindergarten? Here, I don't know what things are like where you're at, Aqua, but here they delayed the start of school by a week because apparently that's gonna, you know, fix the spread of COVID shit post-holiday. I don't understand how, but apparently it's going to. Or so they claim. I don't think I really believe that. Like, at all. But how the heck do they do kindergarten virtually? Like, at all? Rory's stressed. Why is that? Grouchy when caught in the rain. You want abstract thinking, but you're a scholar. Go think abstractly, scholar. I have to follow you for a little bit. You saw somebody die, unfortunately, which is giving you some PTSD. Not much I can do about that. Well, I mean, here's the thing. Like, and this is my take on finances as a streamer. You should encourage people to subscribe because they get ad-free viewing, which gives the viewer the best experience, right? And yes, you should turn on ad-free viewing. But aside from that, you have to offer incentives for people to subscribe at higher tiers that are better than Twitch's incentives, because no offense to Twitch, but their incentives suck. That was my biggest feedback for them when the last time I spoke with anybody at Twitch, which was at PAX 2019, was literally just tier 2s and tier 3s are shit. Like, you guys get nothing for them, right? Which is why I give sound commands and other things so that you guys get something for those higher tiers. And then aside from that, it's just subtly point people in the direction of off-platform, because that's how you actually make money. The price of tier 2 and tier 3 for what you get is insane. Yes, completely agree. It's a little bit of time. It's a little bit of time with teacher on call and a few hours of play with your toys, and then more time with teacher and then finished. So basically just be a kid, but another adult checks in through technology twice a day. Huh. Like, that, okay. It's like my mom teaches little kids. And whenever the school from home thing happened, she always just said, nope, not doing it. Parents get to take this time off. My mom just straight up refused to do school from home stuff. She just took the time off. Then they play outside supervised by a parent. That's... that sounds exhausting. I'm not a parent, but, like, I've had to babysit cats before, and, like, a dog, and the fact that I had to take it outside occasionally was exhausting, so I couldn't imagine having to, like... Especially if, like, you're trying to do work from home or work on your own time. Like, that's kind of nuts. Because, like, a lot of places in the world are just straight up back in, like, lockdown at this point, which blows. Also, in response to Scoundrel, it's like, it's not that the price of 2 and 3 are insane for Twitch. It's the benefits are lacking. Like, if you could, like, if you had any extra benefits, like, here's the thing: if you could pay tier 2 and if you could pay for tier 2 and get more things that are not emotes. Unfortunately, Twitch is doing a very, and like, this isn't me shit talking Twitch. I really like Twitch. I still believe that Twitch is genuinely the best platform to be streaming on. Oh, hey, first time seeing one of those in a while. Also, they have a new link. That's probably why. I banned all VK links a little while ago. The issue that I think Twitch has right now is they're very much devaluing emotes. Emotes used to be the most important thing for a streamer, right? And Admiral Baru or Raisefire or any of those other streamers who got really big because they had good emotes are a very good example of that. For a very long time, the most important thing that you could do was have good emotes, and then you would naturally gain subscribers because people wanted good emotes. But Twitch has done such a good job of devaluing emotes, they're practically worthless now. And when I say devaluing emotes, constant events where you get new emotes for free, constant events where you get emotes from drops, and constant events where there are limited time emotes, and constant events where, like, hype trains, for example, where you can just earn permanent emotes. Like, the value of emotes has dropped kind of dramatically. Like, not ridiculously, but enough that, like, it's noticeable now. I need to get rid of these seeds. They're just piling up. I think I need more seed stockpiles, but I also need to just get rid of my seeds. So, to a degree, emotes aren't worth as much anymore. Like, I'm going to sound old for a second here, but back in my day on Twitch, when Twitch added a new global emote, everybody freaked out because, oh my god, it's a new emote. Like, I remember the day so vividly that Twitch added the emote, hey guys. Like, everybody here knows hey guys. But like now, whenever they add new emotes, literally nobody cares because nobody even notices. And like, it's just been forever, really? And because a lot of emotes are paid for loot box things now, they've kind of lost all of their cultural value, I think. The one thing I vastly disagree with in the people discussing the revenue split change in this forum, the one thing I very much disagree with on people is that the minimum payout should be set to lower than $100. $100 is very fair. Extremely fair. If you're not making enough money to consistently hit the $100 payout, you probably shouldn't be arguing in that discussion in the first place. Because unless you want to pay more transit and bank fees, you don't want to be sending less than $100 or receiving less than $100 because fees spike up tremendously for smaller amounts. If it was $500, I'd be agreeing with people, but $100 is fine. I have zero issue with that amount. I mean, if Hobo can hit the $100 payout in like a year and a half, in less than a year actually, then yeah, that's not that crazy of an amount. Unless you want some cool emote at a higher tier, there really isn't a reason to get that. Yeah, no, absolutely. Like that. I remember for a while there was some argument stating that if you purchase a tier 3 sub, you should get 500 bits to spend anywhere on Twitch. Just stuff like that. But then suddenly Twitch is losing money off of that tier. I don't know. It's like it's a really weird problem that Twitch has right now. It's a very strange problem because they're kind of backed into a corner because YouTube's split is 70-30 on everything, right? And I want to say Facebook's the same, but then you have to be on Facebook, so fuck Facebook. If you're making less if you're making less than $100 a month or less than $100 every 3 months on Twitch, I don't think they should be arguing in that forum. Just because like I guess that it's also part of the reason why I feel like the affiliate requirements on Twitch should be higher. Like on YouTube has a higher split for things, but you need to have 4,000 watch time hours over a year and 1,000 subscribers, which is not nothing. Like that's a lot of work to get. From nothing, from zero, starting at zero, that's a lot of numbers to get. So that's difficult. Made about 60p. Yeah, no, I mean, like, making money on YouTube is rather difficult. But I think that that's fair. I, for a while, have been under the opinion that in order to get affiliate, you should have 500 followers. With the same view count requirement, but 500 followers instead of 50, because 50 is way too easy to get. And a lot of people just, like, if you're consistent about Twitch, you can get the 50 follower and the 3 viewers in a couple of weeks. But that is nowhere near enough to be making any considerable amount of money from Twitch. So, I don't know. How's the Fortress doing? Pretty okay, actually. The children parent imbalance, or the lack of children problem seems to be sorting itself out a little bit now. We're consistently sitting at 29 to 30 dwarves again instead of like 22, which is good. And we're still trying to push those numbers back up. I'm trying to do some renovations and stuff. We're making a lot of crafts, which is why there's so many dwarves with wheelbarrows running down, because I finished digging out this giant chasm that's going to be my obsidian printer. Now we just need to get all these boulders out of here, which is going to take us 5 years. Inbreeding for the win? No, there's been no inbreeding. I haven't even noticed any cousins that have gotten together. So, no, there's been no inbreeding. But we just need to clear all of this rock out, and then we can get to work up top. Yeah, no, we bring in merchants, which are from different families, and then they marry the merchants, usually. So, yeah. Fortress is doing pretty well. It's nice to come back to Longdeath. Oh, Seth, I don't know if you saw this, but there was a Reddit post about this a little while ago, which I made a video about the other day, crediting the Reddit post, where you can put the thoughts that appear in the dwarves' brain in announcements, which is real neat for small population forts. Because I can just go in here and be like, yeah, Rory said I cried on somebody in charge, and that was not satisfying. That's not good. Rory's spiraling. And Cucumber said that they ate in a dining room and that this could be bliss. Rory, what's wrong with you? You were super happy a minute ago. Let's take you... Oh, no, that's Knowles, not Rory. Where's Rory? Take you off of hauling. You really don't like this task, I guess. I'm just assuming that you don't like spinning threads, so I'm gonna take you off of weaving, give you leatherworking, and just let you work on clothing, maybe. But it got a little bit repetitive. Yeah, I could see it getting a little repetitive. I mean, the text is a little repetitive, but for me, it's been kind of useful to notice which dwarves are upset quicker. But I think it's neat. Crossbreeding, yes. Definitely not inbreeding. You can enable that? Yeah, I put up a video on it this morning. I also posted about it on the Discord, which proves how many people don't look at my posts on Discord. You mean life, not live? Life sucks. This is true. Just like real life. And how's that feel? Is that why you're in the chat today, Frogfryer? But how does it feel to be back at work? You feel pretty brain dead? Yeah, work can do that. I mean, I'm back to streaming for the first time in a while. I did vanish for a little bit. I said I would. But you know, it's good to be back. Shoutouts to Cooler for also commenting bet on that person. So somebody commented on my annual recap on Steam Edition things for DF. And they said by the time this game gets released on Steam, no one will be using computers anymore. So we're responding with bet, because frankly, how would they release it on Steam if nobody was using computers anymore? It's an unlosable bet. You should bet too. Back to work here too, and doing inventory is blech. Yeah, I getcha. You know what? What if we make you a scribe instead? Try that. Drank without using a goblet. Some iron goblets. They'd say the Steam release would be sometime this year. I think it'll be this year because Tarn has to release it this year, which is basically what he's said. Like he's even like opening up to the idea of releasing it without Legends. Like it has to release this year. Satisfied at work. Fantastic. You like tanning hides. You're not much of a fan of making thread into cloth, though, it seems. Which include the dwarves' thoughts. Yeah, so these are just the normal announcements plus the dwarves' thoughts. Like, I played the poet of phrases at the simple dinner. There must be people dancing right now. They're not new though. Like it's been in the game for ages. I only just learned about it the other day though. Reinhardt. So like it's one of those things that's like been like you've been able to do it for forever. Just the community collectively forgets and then collectively remembers every 8 years. It seems like with a lot of things in DF. You forgot how to do everything. I forgot to post on Discord that I was live for the first like 3 hours of my stream the other day. So, like, not quite 3 hours. For the first like hour and a half of my stream yesterday. And today I forgot to update my stream title. So I'm also having to remember how to stream. I guess like knowing how to stream is maybe easier than a lot of things, but oopsies. I clicked the wrong button. I almost banned you, Reinhardt. Because I was on the wrong monitor, apparently. But yeah, no, that's seems to be where things are at right now. Suddenly getting a lot of views from external. What external? Curious. I guess they made they made all of the vests. Don't care anymore, Lumpy. That's, I guess, a good thing. Curious about what you go do, Rory, now that you are a scribe. Hoping you... Oh, you're just gonna go listen to music? Well, that's good, probably. Huh. So, bruh, go think abstractly. Here, I'll give you, scholar again. Go be a scholar, go think abstractly. Oh, Team Xeno. I want to see my friends. I'm lonely. I think it's time to lock the dwarves in the tavern. Go see your friends, dwarves. Think about the meaning of life. Exactly. Contemplate your existence then. We're no longer in the age of myth. I can't remember what age this world is in, but we're not in the age of myth anymore. Forgotten Beasts population have dropped significantly. There was a couple of years there where we got like 4 Ents a year and a bunch of giants per year, which is why I have which is why I have all of these giants and Ents in the basement. So. Or Ettins, not Ents. Why am I saying Ents? That's why we have a bunch of giants and a bunch of Ettins and a bunch of Cyclopses in the basement. We killed a couple of them, but most of them, I'd say 1 in 3 we killed. The rest got put in the basement. As far as Forgotten Beasts go, we got a lot of Forgotten Beasts for about 100 years, and they seem to have slowed down, if not entirely stopped. Haven't gotten any dragons or anything fun like that at all. Gotta collect them all. I wish. I'm kind of hoping that we'll get a dragon. I haven't seen a single Titan. I know that there's a few Titans in this world that were alive the last time I checked. Do I have a preferred world age for the embarks? Depends on what I'm doing. Like, it really depends on what kind of fort you want and what kind of fort I'm doing. I mean, if you want to be fighting a lot of giants, a lot of titans, a lot of forgotten beasts, younger the better. If you want to be fighting a lot of zombies, a lot of necromancer experiments, and a lot of goblins, the older the better. And a lot of vampires and a lot of werebeasts. There's a lot of people that are stuck right now. Bunch of walnuts and pecans? Come bearing questions of minor importance. Do share us those questions of minor importance. itch. My eye is itchy. What's the worst when like you go to itch your eye and then you get an eyelash stuck in your eye and then you're like, ah. Is me currently. But anyway, how you doing today, Krabicus? I actually had something to post in Weeb Trash the other day. So it's not just your horde of clips and posts. I had to post this because it was very funny out of context. Either word would work in the in different contexts. So if your eye is itchy, you're itching your eye. But if you're talking about itching your eye, you could say that I'm scratching an itch. So it kind of depends on how you're talking about it, but different words for the same thing, I guess. I would kind of associate something that was scratching something as being a more intense itch. But I don't know if that's necessarily correct. That's just how my brain would think about it. One feels dejected. Should you buy Underrail if you haven't played Fallout 1 or 2? Should you buy the second Thea if you haven't finished the first one? And should I buy Beam NG or Jupiter Hell? And should I buy Kingdom Come Deliverance? Kingdom Come Deliverance is great, but was free on Epic once, so you should see if you got it on Epic for free if you have an Epic account. Beam NG and Jupiter Hell could not be more different, so I couldn't tell you. I haven't played Thea, so I don't know if you should play the second one. And I haven't played Underrail, so I don't know if you should play Underrail. But you should buy Jupiter Hell because it's a great game. You know what? There's too many jobs happening right now. Let's just remove all those jobs for a second. Let them finish dumping all this crap. We're all planting seeds. They're still forging the last of the extra goblets. We'll let them finish that up. With the Korg Miku pedal? Did Korg really make that? Jeez. Hobo got the Miku pedal recently and he says it's not very good. If anybody wants to know what the kawaii tuning is, the kawaii tuning is that. One of my favorite tunings that he's ever come up with, though, is what he called the oopsie tuning, which is just he dropped his guitar and it retuned all of the strings to A's. Which I think is kind of great. So he wrote a whole album based on the oopsie tuning. You had an Epic account, but you realized you would be too lazy to use it, so you just deleted it and stay on Steam, and the amount of games you already have there is incomparable. The amount of games Epic has given away, and so the sunk cost fallacy is kicking in and you won't make an Epic account? Okay, well that seems like a you problem. I just realized that it's as difficult as having another icon on my launcher bar, and that's fine. I mean, I have Epic, I have GOG, I have Steam, I have itch.io, I had games on platforms like Desura back in the day, so I don't care. Malin TV, Thanks for the raid. Hello. I hope your stream was good. What were you playing today, if I can ask? I mean, I use GOG Galaxy to launch most things. But Malin, hello. And Ziendor. Heyo. What were you playing, if I can ask? Go stalk your game history. But welcome to a little bit of Dwarfs. We're trying to keep this fortress alive for 1,000 years. So it's already very old. Oh, you were also playing Dwarfs. Neat. Not enough people play Dwarves. More people need to play Dwarves. I feel like it's just me most days. It's like it's often just me and then sometimes Zest. Other people. Don't forget Uplay. Oh yeah, I guess I also have Uplay installed. I don't think of Uplay because Uplay is just my Trackmania launcher. Like really, like legitimately, I forget about Uplay because to me, it's just in my brain, it's my Trackmania launcher. First try streaming, pretty overwhelming at the start. Why that? Why overwhelming? You seem to have done just fine at a glance. About what exactly? What's there to be scared of? And enter the gungeon? You should also buy Jupiter Hell. Also, you should get War Sim, Krabicus, because you can play it while you're doing school. You shaved all of your hair off, Master Killamai? Why would you do a thing like that? Your hair is the source of your power. If you shave your hair, then you can't, like, pull out your hairband and pretend to be the Grudge. I mean, come on. I need more coverage. Hold on. There, that's a bit better. I'm almost invisible now, right? Unfortunately, I've got this problem. I used to not have this problem. I have this thing called gray hair, which makes this harder to do than it used to be. Because it's a window-based like game that you only need to like acknowledge once every hour or so, and it doesn't really hurt you to not acknowledge it. So you can just be like, I'm gonna take a 2-minute break and just like run through a year of War Sim and then go back to doing schoolwork. Used to have long hair for so many years. You cut it. It's the used to. You gave up your power. Why would you do such a thing? Now, is your dad 60 and hasn't got gray hair because he's honest about it? Or is he like my dad where he claims to not have gray hair but actually just gets it dyed once a month? My dad got his hair dyed once a month for years. Now he's kind of accepted that he has gray hair. But like... Having your audience die after 7 years? Huh. What? Why would people die after 7 years? It's just your general anxiety. You're also self-conscious about your voice. I used to hate the sound of my voice. But there's this thing... Like, I know for everybody it's different. There's different reasons to hate your voice, right? But, like, for me, at the very least, the reason I hated the reason I eventually kind of got over hating my voice was because I realized that as a streamer, I sit here with headphones on, and I have my headphones and this cable from my headphones plugged into my audio interface on the listen section. So I hear all of my computer audio all the time, all my notifications and everything, but I also hear my voice rattling around my head all the time. And I'm at the point now where I can just sit there and watch my streams, and it's not that I don't like my voice, it's just I'm so used to hearing it, it doesn't bother me anymore. There's actually a reason why most people hate their voice, though. And it's actually kind of an interesting reason. The reason why most people hate their voice is because when you're talking, and you're outside or like in your house or like talking to somebody else or just talking for any reason, the voice that you hear in your head is different from what other people hear because you're actually hearing the sound radiating through your jawbone into your eardrum as well as the outside sound going into your ears. So the voice that you hear is different from the voice that other people hear. So when you're just talking, so when I'm just talking like this, the voice that I'm hearing is not what I'm used to hearing. But when I'm talking into my microphone, I can hear what you guys hear, and that freaks me the fuck out because it sounds completely different. If not, well, not completely different, but it sounds echoey enough that it doesn't sound like me. Because the me that I'm used to hearing is not the me that other people hear. Which is actually why most people dislike their voice. But with some audio trickery, you can actually make your voice in your microphone sound the way that it sounds to you, which is what I did after years of fucking with it. I eventually managed to get it to work, and now I like the sound that it makes. But there's various reasons to dislike your voice. You once recorded a teaching session and you listened to it for quality control and you were surprised how weird your voice sounded, which apparently is just how you know it sounded. Yes, exactly what I was just saying. Absolutely. Ring reference, a bit too late? I mean, a bit too late, yes. I didn't really think about that. Also, I said The Grudge, not The Ring. My brain goes to the Grudge more than The Ring because I've seen more of the Grudge movies than the Ring movie. The Ring actually, like, fucked with me on multiple levels. The Grudge was fine. I wasn't really bothered by that. But the Ring, nuh-uh. 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 Yeah, and then there's also the voice in your imagination, which could be anything that your imagination can think of. Which in my case is like, brain empty, have no thoughts. But terror SMR, that's the best kind of SMR. Paranormal Activity is the best comedy. I watched all of those. I've seen, not all of those movies. I've seen Paranormal 1, 2, and 3. Those movies were very fun. They're coming out on a yearly basis. I liked those days. But as far as like streaming goes, and fear of streaming, I would actually, just a personal opinion, streaming is a very good way to get over generalized social anxiety. I was raised very, 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 very isolated, and I had a lot of social anxieties growing up, and a lot of troubles actually understanding and speaking with and communicating with kids my age. I had a ton of problems with that sort of stuff. And Twitch has helped me work through the vast majority of that stuff, which is nice. I can't remember what this lever does, so I'm going to pull it. Genuinely, I can't remember what it does. I need to remind myself what it does. I'm sure it does something of importance. But I need to find out what. I think it opens that drawbridge, but like I said, I'm not sure. Nope. All right, what does it do? Oh, I know which one it does. Which one it opens, I think. No, actually. Huh. Wait, what the fuck does it do then? Did I hook it up to anything? I'm sure it was supposed to do something. It's definitely hooked up to something. Was it for cave-ins? Oh, yeah, that's probably what it was for. Because I can just remove it. Yeah, it was definitely for cave-ins. I mean, for whatever it's worth, Malin. Also, I have no idea if I'm saying your name correctly or not. For what it's worth, the first 50 streams you do, the only people watching are going to be one, maybe two people that you know in real life or through the internet that you DM'd to say, hey, watch my stream, damn it! Right? Plus maybe one person or two people. Like, realistically, the first couple dozen streams you do will probably be minimal, unjudgmental newbies. Maybe the occasional maybe the occasional nutbag will pop in and just be all like, blah, 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 you're ugly or whatever, or you smell, or your face looks wide. I don't know. Or why do you have such a long neck, which is one that I get pretty frequently. Like once every like couple hours, somebody might pop in and say something rude, but like, like when it comes to like general toxicity of a platform, Twitch is pretty fine. I was trying to like think of ways of saying you look fat without just saying you look fat, GMG. Yeah, also if you're playing DF, people will be fine. Watch Clearly you're watching on the wrong kind of monitor. I look so human-like. Oh, God! My worst nightmare is being human-like. You look so alive and living. I only like my streamers to be dead inside. Well, I mean, actually, if you're looking for someone who's dead inside, you found him! Speaking of dead inside, Orange, how was your job interview? I'm assuming it's done now and you're not, like, typing in chat from, like, the job interview, because that would mean that it's going pretty poorly. My eyebrows are pretty bushy. You know what's hilarious is I trim them. Because, yes, I have really bushy eyebrows. Don't dead open inside? You know, the dead open is the least exciting golf event of the year. Like, if you think that, like, the World Open or the Masters is boring, my God, you should try watching the dead open. Like, they are so quiet and they say so little and nothing ever happens. Occasionally they reference something that is green, but, like, I do that every morning, so... Uh-oh. It appears that, Stone got into a fight with a buzzard. Punched it in the foot, bruising it, and then screamed, "Amidst conflict, I feel no terror." Good for you. And then commented that he was near a door and it pleases him. Good for you, Stone. What they're gonna offer you? Well, I mean, you have some experience in the field now, so if they offer you minimum wage, you can politely tell them to shove something thick up their bum. I'm trying to just seal this whole thing off. Because you left the other gig because their trucks kept breaking down, if I'm not mistaken, right, Orange? They're like mustaches or your eyes. I mean, my theory as to why I can't grow facial hair is because it all grows on my head and in my eyebrows. Shoving a firecracker up someone's bum is a good insult. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Can confirm. My favorite way to insult people is to insult them in a way where they just act confused and then cackle a couple minutes later. A 2-liter bottle. Yeah. It's like if I can make you laugh while insulting you, that's an S+ tier. Yeah. It's like there was one time while I was on my vacation shortly after Christmas, I was lurking in a Twitch stream, and somebody in chat told somebody else in chat, "I hope that your general practitioner shoves a thermometer up your butt," which I thought was pretty funny. I hope the rest of your day is as pleasant as you are. I think that my favorite, like, current generation insult is I hope that Netflix makes live-action adaptations of all of your favorite media and everybody's played by Chris Pratt. Which is, like, probably my favorite right now. Like, if I had to pick stupid insults, that's #1 currently for me. While I deconstruct this little walkway. They are running older equipment, and this company is running new equipment, and they are running Boston to Manhattan. It's from where you are currently? But you still have to cross the border, so you can't smoke weed. You gotta, like, run through Canada, so but you can. Or like, you know, maybe get the job that keeps you off the bad drugs. Satisfied at work. Literally, the main problem that this dwarf has is that afraid reliving experiencing trauma. As long as we can like keep that out of your thoughts, you should be okay. I find it incredible that you need less experience to go from one country to another country than you do to go from one end of our country to the other end of our country. I find that ridiculous. I guess they're shorter drives, but that's still whack to me. You know, I'm reading this most recent comment on the user voice thing about Twitch payouts, and this person writes, I have depended on Twitch payouts as a secondary income since I'm a disabled person. Streaming is something that I love to do, and I've seen more people shy away from Twitch and support of Twitch because of Twitch taking too much money from creators that often work far below minimum wage for what they do. 70% and a $20 payout would assure that I am able to put food on my table and have less anxiety if an emergency comes up. Please make this a reality. I'm looking at that going, I think that that says more about disability in the country that this person resides in than Twitch. Because if you're a disabled person, you shouldn't have anxiety about whether or not you can put food on your table. That's fucked up. That says way more about disability. Maybe they figured Texas is more similar. It's because seniority and everybody wants the easier work. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Actually, that does make a lot more sense now that you put it that way. That it's a seniority thing. Orange, that they wouldn't let you drive across Canada. Instead, they want you driving into another country because the people who've been doing it longer want to stay in their own country. That makes sense. Okay, fair enough. That checks out. That definitely checks out. Also, if anybody's wondering, plan for this evening is we're going to check out that Soul Ash closed beta for the graphical version. Because the dev sent me a key for it. So I have it now. So that's the plan. Which is a game that is available on itch, but the itch version doesn't have graphics. But if you buy the itch version, you get the Steam version when he releases it. In USA, you can drive 11. That adds up fast. Oh, like what, an extra 2 hours a day? I'm assuming that's an extra 2 hours a day worth of pay as well, right? Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I believe that. That checks out. That checks out. All right, done. So stop side's now sealed. Is this spot up here done being cleared out? Got a few more boulders to... I think what I'm gonna do, go out here. We're going to make a stone stockpile. Make another stone stockpile, because all of my stone stockpiles are kind of small and have been removed over the years. So let's, no metal ores, just everything else. 3 wheelbarrows. Yeah, driving a semi truck in New York sounds anxiety inducing, to put it bluntly. Like, that sounds stressful. I'm gonna fill this stockpile up and then delete the stockpile. What I'm doing. Can't export cabinets, and we're into late winter in the year 357. Also, chat, if I'm talking too much about the user voice thing, let me know, and I'll shut up. I just think it's interesting. Like, I'm reading these more because I find them fascinating more than anything. Okay, this person I don't agree with. This person says, as an affiliate, I've had revenue just sitting there for months from July 2021 to January 2022, just because it's not the $100. And I've been sitting on $50 for months now. The fact that Twitch is taking half the revenue and only giving us a platform in return is a slap in the face. Hold on a second. That's not how that works. Only giving you a platform in turn. What do they want? Do you want a back massage from them as well? It's like having a job that pays you 50%. It's not a job because you don't have to do it at all. There's no actual reason for you to stream. You could just not stream. Was promised, and they give you a place to do your trade. Without us streamers, there would be no Twitch. No, without big streamers, there would be no Twitch. Small streamers don't make money for Twitch. I do agree with this person. Absolutely agree. The current model is exploitative and outdated. It's definitely exploitative, and Twitch has done a very good job of making it more exploitative with things like achievements and making it seem like you can grow faster than you actually can. Here, let me just cancel this. This person. Absolutely agree. I believe that the current model is outdated model. Most services have much more supportive setups. Digital content that we create deserves payment. This I agree with. This person, all I can really say is grow your stream and quit complaining. This person I has much better. They are only hosting. This is true. They are only hosting. They should pay us better, but by pay us better, I think they should give affiliates 60-40 and partners 70-30 and then say fuck it and change nothing else. Like, legit, that's the only thing that I think that they should change. Funny, because at your job, they charge your time to clients more than double your salary because there's a cost for managing a business. Yes. I think people don't be like, you have an idea of how much it costs to host video, right? Like you have an idea of how much web hosting costs. Running Twitch ain't cheap. Like, realistically, and this would piss everybody off and everybody would leave Twitch overnight. Twitch could make a system where you pay Twitch to stream $10 a month, let's just say. And then they could probably give us a better cut. But then you're going to lose all of the channels with 0 viewers, which is what keeps Twitch so big. So, what I wish Twitch would do would be tell us how much money and bandwidth we use every month. That would be fun. I would love to know that stat. But also, they have to pay, their 2,000 employees, which they have a lot of. They're charging the company $400 an hour while you sit there and you get $20 an hour for waiting 2 hours. I mean, there's worse things that you could get paid for waiting 2 hours, but I agree. I don't know. I think that there's a lot of people in that thread that think that Twitch should pay us better, that genuinely have no idea on the running costs of things like this and are probably 14 and don't know what they're talking about. But there's also a lot of people in there that actually have some pretty nuanced takes and genuine opinions that should be listened to, that are just getting ignored. I do think that there's also a case to be said that a lot of those posts maybe say more about disability in the Western world than Twitch. You know, like part of the reason I stream on Twitch for a living is because a lot of the industries that I tried to get into when I was younger wouldn't hire me because of my eyes. A lot of industrial labor just straight up wouldn't hire me. A lot of what's the word? A lot of like factory jobs. Anything working in any kind of factory wouldn't hire me because of my eyes. Anything that required being in a warehouse, which is huge work around here, wouldn't hire me because of my eyes. And any construction or road work wouldn't hire me because of my eyes, because I am considered a liability and a danger to myself. So I'm basically required to get an office job or work some sort of night shift where there's nobody around me because of my eyes, right? So I kind of understand when people comment on the disability front of things, but also the $100 minimum is absolutely normal, like 100% acceptable. When people say that they should change the $100 minimum to $10 to $20, no, that they'd have to increase the transaction fees. That would be pointless. That would be a waste of money for everybody involved. They should not change that. But if they gave affiliates a slightly better cut, that would be better. Is it possible to do the same thing is it possible to do the same thing workflow used to do in DF? Trying to keep your stock in a certain range with and with the built-in feature, you can't seem to manage that. What do you mean workflow? Are you talking about like therapists and such, or what exactly? Or are you talking about like conditions in the manager screen? What do you talk about when you say that you're trying to keep your stock at a certain supply? It wouldn't be a waste of money for the banks processing higher numbers of transactions. Yeah, but it would be a waste of money for Twitch and the user on the far end. Do you have any idea how mad people would get the second they saw those transaction fees, GMG Dave? It would literally just piss people off. Like, there's legitimately no reason. Like, I am of the opinion that if you can't make $100 a month, that's more on you than on, like, the stream, because that's not a lot of money. That's more on the streamer than it is on Twitch. Which is why I say it's a job. And if you're making less than $100 a month, can you really call it a job? Thus, can you really complain? You can force stations to take from only specific stockpiles. Yeah, exactly. It rolls over. It does stack up. I don't know. It's called retirement. Yeah. I could see like an argument to be made, maybe like if you're in Russia, you should be able to cash out at $50. But that's because different regions have different currency values. So maybe if you're in Brazil, you could cash out at half the amount. But for North America, like, that's silly. There are guys that talk about a mod called Workflow. Which one? That sounds like a DF hack plugin that I'm familiar with. I don't play with any mods. This is completely vanilla. I'm not using DF hack and I'm not using Therapist. So for a lot of like help with mods, I'm unfortunately incredibly useless. I couldn't tell you. I'm not entirely certain what that mod did because I never used it. So even if it's disabled now, I couldn't tell you because I don't know what it does. Lurking for a while. Enjoy your lurks, Thados. Or work, I assume. If you make over $100, you get paid every month, yes. I get paid every month by Twitch on the 14th, but I make considerably more than that. Considerably more than the $100 minimum. I usually hit the $100 minimum in the first 2 days of a new month. After homemade chicken and cheese potato soup, ooh. I made a turkey chicken broth. with onion scraps the other day, and I've been slowly working my way through that. Very tasty. Turkey and chicken from Holiday. But cheese soup came from a bag. Fair enough. Making broths is a super easy skill to learn. I recommend learning how to make a broth by yourself. Is using the manager screen to create items if you start. Yeah, because like there is the if-then statements in the manager screen. We just hit the first of spring, so the game's saving, so I can't actually pop it up. But in the manager screen, if you set an order and then hit C, you can do if-then statements to produce items if materials get below a certain number. Can also add input as part of the if-then. Yeah, my brain doesn't understand programming, so I never use that feature. I know that it exists, and I know how it works, and I understand how to use it. It's just more work than it's worth for me to use it, so I just don't bother. I couldn't tell you anything about the minimum wage for the U.S. because I don't live in the U.S., Reinhardt. Could talk about Canada. But couldn't tell you about the U.S. I don't even know what the minimum wage is in most states, because frankly, I don't pay attention. But yeah, if you go to this, let's say brew, drink from plant 1, let's just say 1, and then I can hit C, and then add conditions. So amount of unrotten materials is at least 10, at least that, and then you can add a if total amount of supply is below this number, then make more. So with this screen, you can do all of that. Like I said, never use it because it hurts my brain because I'm an idiot when it comes to that sort of stuff. Humans have brought trade goods for tribute. Minimum wage, at least in my province, is based on the value of the housing market and the minimum viable living wage, which is also quite a bit far off because our housing market is fucked up right now, at least where I live. But I pay lots of rent so that I can live close to mountains and pretty snow and good public transit, so. What's the best item I got in a tribute? I have to ask Stone that. I never look at them. Stone catalogs all of them, so. No less than 10 and no more than 20 copper battle axes, but you just checked your stocks and you have 37, so it's not working for you. You must be messing it up somehow. That's in your stockpiles. So 17 of them might be equipped by dwarves, I would assume. So that's based on what's in your stockpiles, not including what dwarves are wearing or what dwarves have claimed as theirs. Shout out to the 10 units of Thripsai core. Hi back, I'm blind. What? Oh, right, it's the 1st of spring. Duh. Sweet, nobody died of old age. Yeah, nobody died of old age. That's great. Yeah, so if you're looking at your stock screen, it shows you several different numbers. If I go to this, like see we have like these are all weapons that we have in the fort, right? If I go to weapons, there's 2 numbers there. There's 126 and then 278. The 278 is including items that are displayed. So items that I'm legally blind, yeah. So items that are displayed are like on pedestals. So this fortress is hundreds of years old, right? So we have a lot of artifact weapons and stuff, and named weapons that are claimed by families. Those are, as part of the red number, including weapons that are equipped or forbidden. So there are some random ass items that are forbidden in various places. Also, weapons fit into this. So a lot of dwarves have equipped pickaxes, which are counted as weapons. So if I expand this, I can scroll up through it, and I want to say I'm not entirely sure how the coloring works in this, but one of the colors is the ones that are in stockpiles. So if I jump to this one, where is it? Zoom. All right, so this one is displayed. It's on a pedestal. So I guess blue ones are displayed. Which I'm assuming is most of these. Then these spears, I think, are equipped. Or, no, those are just not in a stockpile. So brown are just not in a stockpile. Blue are displayed. And I think the red ones are equipped. I mean, I don't actually have that many equipped, so that might not be right. The brown ones might also be equipped. Let's see. Yeah, okay, so the brown ones are either, like, on the ground or equipped. And then the white ones are in stockpiles. Sounds about right for Dirt Rally 2. Krabicus. They can be held by people that are not part of your faction too. So like if there is an enemy army, all of their items will show up in your stocks, but they will show up in your stocks as forbidden, and I think red. What year are we in? 2020 last I checked. 358. Which means Ford is 353 years old. From GOG, and it was like 344 megabytes. I installed... Yeah, I was going to say Caves of Cud's like 300 megs. And most of that is music. It's like whenever Hunter Call of the Wild updates and it's like a 30 gigabyte patch, and then whenever Jupiter Hell updates and they add a bunch of new enemies and a bunch of new guns and a new area, and it's like 84 kilobytes. It's like, Jesus Christ. And he's like, I made it too big. Remember their 1.0 patch was 13.36 megabytes was their 1.0 patch. Speaking of, apparently Sword of the Stars The Pit 2 just pulled a 3 gigabyte update, which is kind of bonkers. They seem to be updating that game frequently, though, so hopefully they're doing well enough. For more shiny leaves? No, it's usually like, we added one gun. 30 gigabyte patch for Hunter Call of the Wild. Hunter Call of the Wild has a tendency of doing that. It's like, we added a rifle, and now you can get pet dogs. Also, it's a DLC. 30 gigabyte patch. Also, you have to pay for the right to use either of these things. 30 gigs. They added a new map recently, and it was like a 70 gig patch. It's like, what the fuck did you do? That is the only game that I had to like uninstall other games to patch it, and then I could reinstall them because I didn't have enough like hard drive memory on my what's it called? I didn't have enough hard drive memory. There was one time actually I uninstalled that game and reinstalled it because the patch was bigger than the full install of the game. So I uninstalled the game and then reinstalled the entirety of the game, and the download was smaller than the patch would have been. I had that happen once. Hunter Call of the Wild is a broken video game. Like, it is a miracle that that game works as well as it does. It's still too big to fit on a floppy disk. Speaking of too big to fit on a floppy disk, fascinating video I watched the other day, which I'm actually going to post this in the documentary section on Discord. This video. Prince of Persia defeating Apple II's memory limitations. I played Prince of Persia, but I didn't play the Apple II version. This is a fascinating little video, and it just ends with him trying to sell his book. But, like, it's worth watching. Just hearing him talk about how they completely like faked characters in Prince of Persia to be able to where's the actual screenshot out of it? To be able to actually have two characters on screen, even though the one character on screen was using too much memory for Apple already. It's neat. Worth watching that little video. I'll link it in the documentary section. It's like a little 20-minute video, but it is neat. Also, I'll post it in chat if you guys want to see it. You know, I'm sitting here and staring at this Twitch user voice thing and thinking, should we post this on anti-work? You guys think that would get any traffic? I wonder. I wonder. That might not be a bad idea. In regards to games that fit on floppy disks, I have so much respect for devs that work within restrictions like that. That stuff's neat. I love those game jams that are just like, make a game that'll fit on a floppy disk. That's some of my favorite game jams I've ever seen. Or at least my favorite results from game jams that I've ever seen. The elves have arrived to trade. Some ingenious engineering. One of my favorite examples of a game working within crazy limitations, there's also a really good YouTube video about it that they made, is this game. Let's see if I'm... Yeah, that's the name of it. This game. Micro Mages. This game it uses some absolutely bonkers techniques to fit extra assets into an NES game. Like, this is a game that runs on the NES, and look at how it looks. It also works with up to 4-player co-op with an expansion slot, which is crazy for an NES game. It's kind of wild, actually, what they managed to do with this little thing. Because the trick that they use, which actually makes a lot of sense when you think about it, is they're copy-pasting a lot of assets, and they're mirroring a lot of assets. But they managed to make one of the most graphically impressive NES games ever. Like, you know, in 2019. But I recommend watching the video of how they made this game. Just go to YouTube and look up Micro Mages. You'll find their YouTube channel. It is actually kind of incredible how they managed to trick that game into working. And they did a limited release where they released the cartridges too. So sell some prepared meals. I was near a glass window. I take no pleasure in this. That's a funny one. Oh shit! Letharticus, the dwarven child, has been taken by a fey mood. Literally just grew up. Running around like crazy. Timmy is. He'll snap out of it. Rip child? Why would this child die? We have literally dozens of every item in the game, so... Sometimes I have to slaughter an animal to get bones, but that's about it. I haven't lost somebody to a strange mood in like 300 years. In fact, normally I can just ignore them and they just magically have everything that they need. All right, let's just make sure that we're trading. Unicorn, echidna, gray squirrel, horse, cardinal. Nothing fun. I'll take all of your plums and pecans and apricots. It's a heavy log. That dwarf is 1 year old, dude. You carry a log at 1 year old. That one I'll give you as a gift. You can't buy or sell slaves. Oh, no. Sand and glass is what kills you? I have a very large glass industry. You see that like lava in the middle of the screen there? That's all green glass. I could make crystal glass, green glass, or clear glass at a drop of a hat if I needed it. I have all the materials. I just need to make the orders. But that's all green glass. But yeah, Dwarf Fortress fortunately doesn't feature any format of slavery. So no, you cannot buy or sell children in Dwarf Fortress. Sometimes you can trick them into selling a cage with a prisoner in it, but then technically you're selling the cage, not the prisoner. But usually the prisoner will escape from the cage once the trade is complete, and they usually, if they're aggro towards that faction, will just attack them, which can be fun, but technically you're selling the cage, not the prisoner, so you release the prisoner in the doing so, which isn't super optimal. And that's not intended. I can tell you that right now. Might be Gog. He's just he's the surprise that jumps out of that would be like, I'm going to sell you this cardboard box, and then they go, man, this cardboard box is heavy. Here, have $1 for this cardboard box. And you go, here, have the cardboard box. And they open up the cardboard box, put something in the cardboard box, and a cat jumps out. It's like that. You technically bought a cardboard box. There just happened to be a cat in it. You technically bought a cage. It just happened to have a goblin in it. So it's hardly a gift on the side, because once they take the cage, they release the gift, in this instance, the goblin, and then the goblin did that. The player can, yes. So you could willingly do that. The player could do that. The player could, like, release a goblin by doing that. But, like, you'll probably just piss off that faction if it attacks them. Otherwise, you have an angry goblin that you have to kill. So you're not... there is no way to sell slaves in Dwarf Fortress, thank Christ. Also, I sent off my questions to the developer of... oh, shit. So, today, this went from 1,000 votes to 5,000. That's quite a lot. I'm sitting here and debating on about posting this thread on anti-work. I'm just gonna ask. Maybe someone else will do it. Maybe someone else will do it. I'll put the idea out there into the masses and see what happens. I'm kind of curious. I think that people might be angry enough to do that. I'm not gonna do it because I don't want my Reddit account to get wrecked, but someone else can. Let's see what Child is building. It is just a craft store shop. You got gems. But yeah, it's crazy that that's gone up to 5,000 because the last time I looked at it, it was at like 200. And so today it's gotten like 1,000, thousands of votes. Which is also interesting because, fun fact, there's only like 40-something thousand Twitch partners. There's not actually that many of us. And a large portion of them are inactive. Although it is real funny to see people posting on that, that I know for fact have quit Twitch for YouTube. There's a few comments on that thread that I know for fact have quit Twitch and only do stuff on YouTube. I need to look at the numbers again, Rory, but it's something like 60% of them haven't streamed in the last year. How's the fort population going? We're sitting at 51 without that total and 29 permanent, which is pretty okay. Ooh, you got a record in the mail? Is it an that I was gonna make a bad pun, but I'm not gonna do it. Ooh, is that a picture disc? Looks like a picture disc. Dio picture disc, even. Holy diver. The record store day one. That's neat. That's cool, man. I don't own any picture discs, so that's cool. I almost bought SpongeBob SquarePants the musical picture disc as a bad joke, and then I resisted. And you know what? I'm kind of happy that I did. Got distracted. Ah, that's fine. I mean, when we hit August 2022, this fortress will be... Oh, there you go. He's got everything he needs. This fortress will be 2 years old, real time. Rough jasper opals, 2 iron bars, cave spider silk cloth, almandines, hoary marmot leather, square cut almandines, almond wood logs, plum wood logs. Good stuff. Good stuff. Back down here while they finish smoothing up the last of the floor. But yeah, that's cool, dude. Let me know how it sounds. That's a fucking great album, actually. I bought a couple of tapes on Discogs recently because there was a few albums that I've been listening to on Spotify a whole lot that are like 80s albums, 80s and early 90s albums, and I just kind of like was like, I wonder how much these cassettes cost, and I went and looked them up, and they're all like generally about 80 cents for the tapes with like $3 to $5 shipping, and I'm like, so I kind of bought 4 cassettes, which cost me about $15, all from different sellers. Another 10 to 20% that don't stream often. You'd love to see the stats behind it. Hold on a second. Let me find you some Commander Root stats. So this is Q2 2021, which is just the first one that I found. 2.1 million affiliates and 58,702 partners, 2,041 staff accounts, and 4.4 million emotes. In Q2 2021, 11 million users streamed at least once. 38,000 of them are partners, so like less than half, or just over half. Whoops. 1 million affiliates and 10 million plebs. let's just pause DF for a second here. If you require more than 5 streams in the last year, 34,000 partners, 1.1 million affiliates, and 4 million plebs. With 10 or more streams, 31,000 partners, less than 1 million affiliates, and less than 3 million plebs. So that's kind of crazy. Clip creation has been disabled by 4.8% of partners and 2.3% of affiliates. And it's restricted to followers on 11.4% of partners and 10.5% of affiliates. Also, keep in mind, when that Twitch revenue leak happened, I'm in the top 10,000 highest earning streams on Twitch. Like, let's see if I can still. No, actually, it more than anything just highlights the lack of money. Yeah, I'm the 8,448th highest earning streamer between 2019 and 2021. So, I mean, also, can I just say that this that URL is really funny. But yeah, there you go. You can just type my name in and find it. You can see how much I earned on Twitch between 3 years. Leatherticus, the Dwarven child, has created Ogrid Tissis. Oglad Tissis, a plumwood scepter, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Cog Boardscald. I think that's your parent, is it not? No. I don't know how you're related to that person then. Cog Boardscald. This is a plumwood scepter. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with tapered baguette-cut almondines and studded with iron and encrusted with bands of almond wood and horay marmot leather. This object is adorned with hanging rings of cave spider silk and menaces with spikes of plum wood. On the item is an image of Iteb, Veiled Whip, the dwarf, and dwarves in almondine. Iteb, Veiled Whip is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Iteb, Veiled Whip to the position of queen of the ignited creation in year 1. On the item is an image of Irush, Whip Crude, the dwarf in iron. On the item is an image of a tetrahedron, and Jasper Opal. Sword 90,000, Zethal, aka Dwarf Bucks. But how plum and woody is that scepter really? Or how plum is that scepter really? It says plum is plum wood, clearly. Yes. In regards to the Dr. Disrespect question. You know, we still don't know why he got banned. Like, legitimately, we still don't know. We never did figure that out. I mean, you want to know what's a fun fact about Twitch? This is actually in Twitch's terms of service. Orange. If you show the face of somebody who is banned on your stream, that's a bannable offense on Twitch. So if it's not a huge offense, it's like a 7-day ban or something. But if I were to show you a picture of Dr. Disrespect or a VOD of one of his old streams, that would be enough to get me in trouble. Fun fact. Once the NDAs fall off, my assumption is that he was just talking, he was trying to make a deal with YouTube, and Twitch just said nope. That's my assumption, is that it's actually very mundane. Weeks before he got banned, then you're fine. As they say on Twitch, context, intent. Context, intent. Context, intent. It's not bannable unless we have the correct context and intent. But I don't know. I'm curious about what happened. Not that I'm gonna lose sleep over it though. I'm curious about what happened, but I don't care that much, really. I mean, even if you show his face on your stream, after he got banned, you'd need somebody to report it too. So there's also that. You'd also need somebody to report it. It's just like it's technically a banned term it's banned on Twitch to call somebody a simp. You can say the word simp, you just can't aggressively insult somebody with the word simp. Which is funny. Also, Rory, we finally made you happy because you are interested, remembering reading a book about animal courtship. And interested after reading Ignorance Without Limits. It's actually a book about Twitch chat. And you felt, and social media. And you felt wonder after learning Ignorance Without Limits. You learned the skills of Ignorance Without Limits. This is good. As long as like your PTSD don't come back. You just got to keep reading. And stop dwelling upon negative things. Dwell upon positive things. And hopefully your mental health will recover. He always acts with mercy and compassion at the forefront of his considerations and is gripped by crippling shyness. That's the problem that you need to overcome. Prefer to be alone.
Finally, after all these years, I'm happy.
No, you're still depressed, actually. You're just recovering. No, it's animal courtship. It's, animal mating patterns. My dwarves spent, okay. You can read a book about animals, Ibigog, and animal mating that isn't animal porn. Anybody who has, studied any kind of any format of nature is you're going to end up on an image of a salmon spewing sperm all over eggs at some point. You're gonna see that. That's not porn. That's just being a naturalist. So don't make it weird, Ibigog. It's all on you making it weird. Chops, it's good to see you. How you been? Your wife is about to start streaming and you're going to go see her. You'll be back. You definitely should watch your wife's stream and not mine. I'm just going to throw that out there. You should probably definitely watch hers instead. Although you should post it on the Discord in the self-promote section. But how you been, Chops? And also, thanks for the $2.02, Rory. Cheers, man. You know, the other thing that people on Twitch should be complaining about that nobody does is that Twitch should be giving us a better split of the ad revenue. Like the sub revenue is one thing, but I'm kind of shocked that more people aren't complaining about ad revenue. Kick Roast, you're the one with 1 billion lovers, right? Yep, still have 1 billion lovers. Still have 1 billion lovers. This dwarf is a playa, frankly. We're into mid-spring. Can just hang out up here for a little bit. What are they currently working on? Not much. Dwarf's trying to attend meetings. Ooh, we're pondering bandages. That's interesting. How's Rory doing? Rory is currently pondering migratory patterns. Afraid reliving experiencing trauma. In Dwarf Fortress, I would generally assume that they do because they're all friends. Like, literally all of them. Like, if you go into all of their thoughts, they're all friends with each other. So, yeah, I would assume that they know. Your complaint on is the bits amount they tack on for Twitch tax? Wait, you mean like charging 30% on top of bits? I would actually say that it's a fairer split than subs. Like, genuinely, it's a much fairer split than subs. I wish that subs had the same. Like, if subs had the same split as bits, I'd be making like 70% off of every sub, which would be much better. But I'm not really going to ask for that too loudly because I don't think it's going to happen. If anything, I think subs should. You think they overcharge for bits? I don't disagree. But it's worse for subs than it is for bits. Man, anybody watching this on YouTube is just going to be, blind, switch over to YouTube. And my response to that is no. It's that simple. So kind of the informed consent relationship model. Really curious for such a violent civilization. What, dwarves? Dwarves aren't violent. Dwarves are just industrious. It's the players that are violent. The dwarves can be violent, just like any other faction, but they're not a violent civilization inherently. Wars happen over land disagreements, no different than humans, and humans have practiced polygamy for ages. They are overpriced. Sir, that is a you problem. But I appreciate you spending too much money on bits. But yes, that is a you problem. I think that, excuse me, I think that there should be more incentives for cheering bits. Like, I think that if you cheer a minimum number of bits on a channel per month, it should get rid of ads. Like, maybe make it cost more than a sub, but I know some people who just cheer bits and never sub. And I believe that if you cheer $10 in bits in somebody's channel, in a specific channel, you should get ad-free viewing on that channel for a month. Because, like, there's not enough reason to cheer right now. Adoption theoretically should be in the game before the Steam version launches. Tarn has said multiple times that he wants adoption to be in the game before he launches the Steam version because he says it would take him about 2 weeks to make it. Or at least the last time I spoke with him, he said it would take him about 2 weeks to implement adoption and orphanages. Even if it's not like actual adoption, it's just like if a child's parents die, the dwarves will drop it in an orphanage or an orphanage zone, feed it and take care of it, and then it can join a family at a younger age. Which, as he stated, wouldn't take that long. I don't know if that's true, but knowing Tarn, it would probably take a month instead of 2 weeks. But speaking of interesting Dwarf Fortress things, over the past couple of weeks, I ran out of podcasts to listen to. I got caught up on all my podcasts after about 6 months of being behind. And I've been re-listening to all of the original DF Talk podcasts, which I've listened to before, but it's really fun listening to him talk about features that we know now won't be in the game for another like 10 years. Like, he was talking about guild halls in 2009, and it's like, huh. Sounds like one of the things that could cause a loyalty war loyalty/holy war cascade. Why would that cause that? The only thing that can cause loyalty cascades right now are if you, the player, tell your military to kill somebody that is friends with everybody. That's the only thing that consistently starts loyalty cascades. If a dwarf tantrums, goes berserk, and attacks other dwarves, and all the other dwarves pile on him and kill him, that won't. It's only if you take your military and set a kill order on one of your dwarves, or a character on the map like a bard who's friends with all of your dwarves. That's what starts that. If you don't take your squad, select the kill order, and select one of your own berserk dwarves, that won't happen. Concerts are getting canceled again here, chat. I'm big sad. Because of bugs? What bugs? Like, currently children being adopted in Dwarf Fortress wouldn't cause it. There is no interaction that would make that happen, obviously. I'm going to share a photo of my friend's work last night, just because I think it's relevant. Anyway, he just sent me that in DMs. He's like, we had some weird weather last night, and sent me a link to that. But yeah, I don't know why that would. I don't know why that would necessarily cause loyalty cascades, but you know, I've been wrong before. You could say it was cold as balls. Yeah, well, yesterday was some weird weather. His statement that he sent to me in DMs was accurate, because it was snowing, raining, and hailing all at the same time. So Enrico, how are you? I like saying your username. You should come by more often. Going to be streamed or direct to YouTube? All of the smaller interviews I do just go direct to YouTube. I mean, I will be recording, like, he's in Sweden. I will be recording that with him at the end of his workday, for the last hour of his workday, and we're starting at 6 o'clock in the morning. So no, it will not be streamed. For most of those interviews, like I work on the developer's schedule, not mine. So no, the majority of them don't get streamed. Although I'm planning a streamed run of Jupiter Hell with Epion, which is going to happen after the next patch sometime. Yeah, no, definitely don't be looking for a stream of that. This will be one of the ones where I record it, the audio will go up on Patreon, and then a couple of days later it'll go up on YouTube and be premiered, and it'll probably premiere on one of my days off. Oh, that's all good. Twitch ups. We'll see you next time, assuming you can hear this. Internet issues suck. But yeah, it really depends on what the developer wants to do. They like kind of the only ones that I stream are the ones I do with Tarn. But that's partially because Dwarf Fortress is the only game with a big enough audience that it's actually worth doing that. Like, no offense to me or developers, but like if I can't pull more than 150 viewers, it's not really worth it for the developer to come on. Like when I have Tarn on, I get 250 viewers, right? When I have Epion on for Jupiter Hell, I get an extra 20 viewers. Like, and it's just kind of not worth it for a lot of devs to do that. Jupiter Hell is maybe the only other one that I find it to be worth doing. It might be worth it for Songs of Six, but I also barely know the guy and don't really know how well it'll go. So makes it a little bit tricky. Like not all devs are the most willing to sit in a public space and talk to people, right? You remember the crazy person or two that we've had to deal with based on stating that. Oh, so Cucumber's an adult. I should give you actual jobs. Let's also give you these. Canning and farming fields. How are you doing, by the way? Angry after getting into an argument. Ooh, you get into a lot of arguments. Don't seem to mind, though. Just an angry Dwarf. Yeah, the crazies often come out whenever we have Tarn on. It's always kind of funny. Also, can I just throw out there that Facebook just paying people to stream on Facebook says more about how crappy Facebook's platform is than Facebook? Like, they're not suddenly charitable and nice because they are paying people to stream on their platform. They're paying people to stream on their platform because their platform sucks. That's why. You don't have experience, the same thing. Do you, wait, hold on a second. You don't need to state how bad Facebook is every time you check it out for whatever your brain cells fall. Well, the thing that I'm like referring to is this, which is a thread that got reinvigorated recently because a tweet went viral about it. That's a thread that's been on the Twitch feedback user voice for a while. What basically streamers have been not begging, but asking for better payouts for a while now. And Twitch has been largely ignoring it. But that post went from a couple hundred votes to 5,000 today. So that's the thing that I'm referring to. So when I'm saying people commenting about Facebook paying out cash amounts is kind of a huge deal. Also, I decided to like bite my tongue and I made a Reddit thread. So if anybody wants to assist, wish me luck. I don't know if it'll get taken off of that subreddit, but we'll see. I read the rules. It seems to fit. So. Because I would like that to get noticed more, because I do think that that's an interesting thread. Interesting. There's no news going on right now. Apparently we are not fighting with the goblins, or the mountain home is not fighting with the goblins right now. How's my mayor doing? What abstract thinking? Mayor. Let's let you be a scholar. But anyway, how's your year been so far, Hendrico? It's only just gotten started. Let's see how Rory's doing. Rory, now you are no longer depressed. Reading fixed your depression. And also pondering migratory patterns is definitely helping. In fact, you read about the surgical method and you found that great. You love the surgical message. The surgical method. That's something that you keep thinking about. Specifically the surgical method of scraping extra flesh off. These 4 days weren't great compared to last year. The first 4 days of this year, worse than the last 4 days of last year. I can confirm. I can definitely confirm. But because in the last 4 days of last year, I had Korean barbecue and got to walk up a mountain. So last 4 days of last year, pretty strong end of the year, if I'm not gonna lie. The Korean barbecue was definitely a highlight, frankly. But yeah, if anybody wants to help that thread get more eyeballs on it, have a peek at that post that I just linked in chat. Probably won't do anything. We'll probably get completely ignored, but never know. Never hurts to try. Happy that I put these upper waterfalls in. They have been kind of a pain in the ass to keep clean, but they have been helping. Seeing dwarves content near to waterfalls all the time is nice. Plus, after suffering a major injury, I can relate. Let's just push everybody up in here and relax until we roll over into summer. Jack, can we get a round of beers? We're a little lurky at the exact moment. Just curious about how many people are listening. Numbers are also kind of low. Clearly, I'm scaring people away currently. Which means it's time to post beers so that Twitch doesn't time out my viewership. Also, Reddit seems to have just taken a dump. Oh, there we go. Back. You're not scared? I'm scared. Don't hug me, I'm scared. Have you lurked? Don't ever apologize for lurking. I hate it when people apologize for lurking. You just got cookie clickered, unless you're lurking forever now. Dorito, more like Dorito-don't. Ooh, what instrument are you playing? Playing an innie. What a phrase. Basically a banjo. Dwarven banjo. We just got to keep that view count above 50. That, for me, is kind of the number where I'm happy. And whenever it dips below that, we fall out of the sustainability numbers that I need in order to, you know, stream full-time. So just got to keep that view count above 50. So anything you can do to assist to keep that view count above 50 is appreciated, chat. Whether that's hosting the stream, which currently nobody is, or, you know, just lurking, watching, telling a friend, posting it on another social media platform, or posting it on Discords that you like. Anything like that helps. I realize it's not the most action-heavy stream, which actually works against me in a lot of ways, but it's a way to help the stream. You're going to make a meal replacement? Why don't you just make a meal? What? I'm going to make a meal replacement. How does that work? I sang the poetic phrases at the simple dinner and this doesn't excite me. That's a funny thought. This doesn't excite me. I am not excited after singing. Well, sucks to be you, dwarf, I suppose. Probably drain this a little bit. How full is this? Actually, it's not too bad. A shake? Then why don't you say I'm going to go make a shake? So many less letters than a meal replacement. I'm going to go make a meal replacement versus I'm going to go make a milkshake or a protein shake. One sounds appetizing and nice. The other sounds like Soylent Green. I'm going to go make a meal replacement. It's just so gross. Chat, what's better wording? I'm going to go make a meal replacement or I'm going to go make a milkshake. Difference is I want a milkshake. I don't want a meal replacement. I don't want to replace a meal. I want to eat a meal. Or shake a meal in this instance. The brand Soylent isn't made from people. Soylent Green is always and will always be made of people. Soylent Green specifically. But Soylent is a brand of hippie meal replacements for assholes from Silicon Valley. You could also just make your own. Like those like ingredients lists are public, so you could just make your own Soylent if you really wanted to. The marketing strategy there? What, calling it Soylent? Live stream done back? Well, that was a quick stream. I mean, Soylent. I think it's just Soylent.com, isn't it? Yeah. Soylent. It's not people. Also, I like that they have a store specifically for Canadian users now, because for a while there, we weren't able to buy this product from the States because there was too much mold in it. But yeah, this is just overpriced meal replacements. That's all it is. Ensure is like very similar, but not as overpriced. Ensure is also loaded with sugar, and your point is what? You think Soylent isn't? I mean, okay. I mean, see, this is why you just... Anyway. Don't spend money on Soylent. It's a waste of your money. And I'm going to maintain that. It's summertime now. So. Merchant, I made friends with Volleylol. That's good. Volleylol got a friend. You've arrived to mold. I shall mold you into a better form of yourself. It was a combination of things, Belug. If I remember correctly, it was a combination of food safety, and on average, too high a amount of mold, and also it didn't have enough nutrients to be considered a proper meal replacement. So, part 1, didn't have enough nutrients to be considered a meal replacement. Part 2, had too high amount of mold. Potato-only diet for a month? Did you only eat them on your couch so that you could be a couch potato diet? Is that like that lady that lost weight on an only Krispy Kreme's diet because she just ate such a low amount of it that she lost weight? I don't know what that is. GMG. I saw he was streaming it earlier today. Should I know what that is? We have blue cheese. That's a different kind of mold, sir. We also have many medicines that are just mold. But what does that have to do with anything? Really? Taking a 2-second glance at Bellinair stream, this looks like Realm of the Mad God. Nah. Not particularly interested. Potato are good, but it is an... I mean, I realize that we're just memeing, but potatoes are an excellent source of certain vitamins and starch. Don't only eat potato, because that's not very healthy. I would advise against only eating potato. Just like I would advise against only eating rice or only eating sugar or Only eating applesauce. And if you only eat carrots, you'll be like that one episode of Magic School Bus where Arnold, I think, turns orange. Was that all he ate was carrots? I actually can't remember. I need to rewatch that episode. I can't actually remember what thing he was eating. I just remember there was an episode where he ate only one thing. Maybe it was like Cheetos or something stupid. And then he turned orange. Everything in moderation? Yeah, only do hard drugs in moderation. Everything in moderation. Was he eating kelp? I honestly couldn't tell you what he was eating. It's been a long time since I saw that episode. That episode of Arnold turning orange is just like ingrained into my memory. I was close to a waterfall. I am content about this. Well, that's good, Massive. And if you don't like it, don't do it again. So you're saying I should jump out of an airplane once? Huh. It was the twist that he was eating kelp? I guess so. If you could call that a twist. You don't think your mom thought her advice through? I mean, see, here's the problem is you only need to try heroin once to ruin your life, right? So I don't think try everything once. Certain things you shouldn't try until you're past a certain age. Trying to think of like other things that you shouldn't try once. Like you shouldn't try Nightshade once. Although I like my my ex's grandmother's theory, which was try heroin once you turn 80. And try cocaine, but wait until you're like 65. And smoke weed after your brain is finished developing. I liked her theory. Rest in peace. She was a nice old lady. Don't try to die once. It's really hard to get back. Yeah, don't try to die. Your first time you'll be confused? It depends on how effective you are at reading the wiki, but yeah, that's not too far off. That's not particularly inaccurate. Why don't they put these iron bars away? They're just kind of sitting there. Need to pay attention to see if they're actually putting them away. I guess it's because they're too busy hauling all these boulders. I like this mayor. Almost no mandates, and it's always just like, make 2 cabinets, which is always super easy. Yep. Never used, well, have used either, just not on this playthrough. I've used both. Don't really like either. I like some of the features of DF Hack, but it adds too much instability for my liking. And Therapist is pointless, so. In my opinion, I have no use for Therapist. It just ruins immersion and makes the game more crashy. And all of the information from DF Hack is like, well, it does speed certain things up. It's not really worth it, in my opinion. What tile set do you use? It's a modified version of Krug Smash's tile set. My artist modified it. That's the one that you're currently seeing. There is I do have a more updated one, which isn't currently in that command, but. Therapist is the external program that gives you the grid view in kind of a Excel style format of all of your dwarves, and it recommends jobs based on their skills so that you literally do not have to look at this screen ever. But I know some people, you know, don't like reading the dwarves' descriptions or get bored of it really quickly, which I think kind of sucks. But that's the main use for it. I really need to sell seeds. I'm going to sell everything, or a bunch of seeds that I don't need pretty soon. That's what we're going to do. When the humans arrive to trade, we're going to be trading a bunch of seeds. Can I bring stuff? Can't, not until they arrive. I mean, it's fine if what you're trying to do is make mega builds and you don't care about paying attention to your dwarves, but to me that takes almost all of the joy and fun out of the game, so it's like, that's kind of a waste. It just removes a lot of the joy from the game. Like, I tried playing a fort with it a while ago, and there was 3 things that I noticed almost immediately after using it. The game crashed a lot more frequently, and I stopped paying attention to the dwarves, so I stopped using it. And DF Hack was very similar. While it like the only feature that I really miss from DF Hack is in this menu, I think it's this menu, it shows you how many dwarves have beds. That's like the one thing that I miss from DF Hack. Aside from that, I don't care. Because you can still figure it out by highlighting a bed. It's just a more convenient way of figuring it out. If you go to the bedroom room and you click hit assign bed, anything that's green doesn't have a bed assigned to it, and everything that's brown has a bed assigned to it. So you can look at this screen and be like, all right, well, these are all babies, which is why they haven't claimed beds yet. But I know I have enough beds available, so they'll go after them. So, I mean, it's kind of useful, but that's like the one feature that I do kind of miss. All right, we need to sell a bunch of seeds because I've got too many. Sell Sam's, long yams, artichoke potato, blackberry, alfalfa, garden cress, barley, blueberry, alfalfa. Basically anything that I'm not immediately using. Some of these I am using, but like tail seeds I do need. Strawberry we're planting. Muskmelon I don't need. Rhubarb I don't need. Those I need. Okay, cool. I got plenty of plum helmet spawn. We'll sell old clothing as well. Wear and body wear. Sell a bunch of instruments. Sell the backpacks. You're not sure what features it actually had, but those I found you don't miss. Yeah, fair enough. I don't like that because I actually there are certain games that I know that have that feature, and I don't like it because it to me screws with my brain about how much I actually have. But Dwarf Fortress could fix that with a planning tool pretty easily. But then again, I also never use planning tools, so I find features like that annoying because it makes me lose track of what I actually have. And I like keeping very close support on what. Oh my god, this thing's actually getting upvotes on anti-work. I don't think it'll do gangbusters or anything, but it's getting some upvotes. That's shocking to me. The royal treasures from the humans have arrived. What instrument did you bring? Was that one that I made? Obsidian Lular. No, it is not made by us. You played No Moria, that feature felt more like a curse, so no thanks. Yeah. See, I don't like that. That removes all of the active gameplay from the game, but like that's just a difference in gameplay style. I never use planning modes in any game that I play. It's the same reason I don't use the if-then statements, is because I feel like it removes gameplay. Which is silly, because it really doesn't, but... I just feel like it does. I was near a seat. No, I am not interested. But for me, the main reason I don't use any of those external tools is I find that they make the game more crashy. And anything that makes the game more crashy is 100% a reason to not use it. If the game crashes more frequently because of a mod or a plugin or a something, I'm 100% less likely to use it because I hate destabilizing my game. And most of the comments that I see from people complaining about how crashy Dwarf Fortress is, it's usually due to the fact that they're using a Dwarf Therapist. So... Trader has been requested. Stuff. All right, chat. I've been streaming for 4 hours and 17 minutes, almost 4 hours and 20 minutes, so smoke them if you got them. But that's me saying that I got to go take a leak. So I'm going to go take a piss. Chat, can I get a round of beers? And if you happen to have sound commands, now's a good time to use them to entertain the chat. I will be back to speak with this human in a moment. Therapist, not so much with the crashy issues. But DF Hack absolutely has crashy issues. World is the same as ever. What requests do you have of our merchants? Cheese, please. Hit the wrong button. I hit page down. That's been my meme import for a while, is cheese. And Prinzar says, again, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves. Also, chat, as I kind of said earlier, if you want to help me out directly at no cost to you, if you go to your Twitch channel and host the channel, believe it or not, that does actually help. signals activity on my Twitch channel, which is what Twitch likes for algorithm stuff. Because we're at that point now with Twitch where we need to play into the algorithm instead of just using organic viewership. And because I'm a channel that, you know, until Dwarf Fortress releases on Steam, no algorithms are really going to be pointing at me. Want to help me out? Just post the stream. Doesn't cost you anything. So speaking of hosts, Rory, thanks for the host. Congratulations, you're now the only channel on Twitch that is hosting me. Because auto-hosting doesn't do shit anymore. Rest in peace. Bad days. What are you guys doing? You're also bringing items to trade depots? Good, good, good. Can I what? My broker, instead of being a broker, is eating food. That's not you. Aiden. Let's follow you. I'm just in time for the reminder. Cheers, man. Today's been a little slowish. Chat's been great, so I got no complaints, but overall views have kind of sucked today. Rip auto-host. We barely knew ye. Yeah. Yeah, well, it's been the main cause of struggle for me for the past couple months. If you're on my Patreon, I actually like posted that stat publicly. Also, that anti-work post I made about Twitch is actually getting some upvotes, which I think is kind of neat. It's sitting on 10 right now, which means you guys probably can't see it still. But I doubt it'll go anywhere, but it's essentially just the subreddit for complaining about work and better benefits for everybody. I don't know. Hey, it made it into Rising. I guess that's good. I don't know if it'll go anywhere. It'd be cool if it did. The instruments and other things. Okay, cool. Looks like we've brought everything that we're trading. I trade all of this for a black bronze bar. Trade. And electrum. Trading done. Easy peasy. Dwarves are back to performing dances. We're into early summer. We can probably, yeah, we can turn the fountain back on. I just have to turn it off when it gets too full because it doesn't drain fast enough. Tricky doing this stuff. It's tricky doing fountains above ground. When you're below ground, you have so much more possibility for drainage. I have to be very careful about where I drain stuff. Also, for reference, there was one point in time where Facebook sent me an email offering me money to stream on Facebook, but it was so comically low that I opted to stay on Twitch. So, if anybody's interested, I would actually just tell you guys. I didn't really talk about it when the email came in because I took one look at it and just went, ha! No. I just kind of forgot about it. Granted, wherever, I'm sure the random dwarf will not mind their room being flooded. Yeah, but I mind if my dwarves drown. So, I mind. Maybe random dwarf don't, but I do. Also, then I have to clean up the water constantly. Also, I love how many fish end up in this thing. I could actually set up a fishing zone in my tavern, which is kind of hilarious. Drink and fish all in one. Drink, fish, dance, and be merry. So chat, I'm starting to think that maybe we should call it early today. I don't know. What do we got to do, chat, to keep the chat active and to bring that view count up? Because I have a personal rule, and it's if I sit below 50 viewers, I have to end the stream early. It's been a rule that I've had for a while, and we've been below 50 viewers for about an hour now, and it's not going back up. So what do we got to do, chat? What do I have to do to make the stream entertaining enough that more people stick around? This is a problem that I've been dealing with for years. And the start of this year has been a bit of a slow time. No, that's not me, IBGOG. You guys are the ones watching the stream, so I'm basically stating this, trying to see if you guys have either any ideas or perhaps if we could like work together to keep these stats better. Showing it as 57, it says 43 on my end. Maybe yours are frozen. I just refreshed my own channel page and it says 43, so my assume is it's frozen on your end, Andor. So I'm not super thrilled with stats today. Being blunt, today's been kind of dead. Which is probably why it's slow. That's not exactly good for my future. What kind of name is Rory? Twitch stuff gets broken and frozen. Yeah, the numbers get stuck frequently. We'll give it another 30 minutes and see if it turns around, but outside of that, I don't know, man. Good news is you don't have COVID. Eat. Why do you call it coof now? Where did that come from? Is this like Florida slang so that you guys continue to believe that COVID doesn't exist? Bastet, I swear to Christ, if you apologize for my stats sucking one more time, I'm gonna time you out. That's your last warning. I do not like it when you apologize for that. 4chan? Can you do me a huge favor and not use that term? It makes me feel weird. I don't know. There's something about it. I don't like it. Let's call it what it is. Cheers, man. Like, you can use it occasionally, but just don't make that the primary term. This feels sticky and wrong. Views suck today, so I'm bitching, is what's going on right now, Hobo. But I have entertaining things that are going viral in the background to watch, which I didn't do, but still entertaining. Yeah, well, fortunately, I'm not on YouTube. Also, that YouTube getting mad at things thing is very overblown. Like, with all the crap that I talk about on my streams, I've never once been demonetized, so people overblow stuff all the damn time. Fortunately, we're not on YouTube. What, Hobo calling COVID the coof? Frogfire? I don't like using slang terms for serious things. Ooh, well that's good. That means I gotta play some Halo. Yeah, Hobo's the only person I've seen say it, which is why I asked him. Like, literally the only person I've seen say it. I think maybe one or two other people I've seen say it, so. Like, I don't really have an issue with people saying it. Like, if you want to say it, go nuts. It's just, Serious things should be kept serious, in my opinion. The fort's lagging right now because buzzards pathing are bonkers. No. Sorry. That's a me game, not a stream game. Also, in my experience, my chat doesn't like watching me play competitive shooters at all, or even first-person shooters for that matter. I can get away with it a little bit for stuff like EDF, but that's also a chat interaction game. Every shooter I've ever streamed, I've had sub 30, sub 20 viewers. Like, last time I streamed Dusk, we had less than 30 viewers, which is not sustainable. I mean, the bug one is like visual slapstick comedy, so there's also that. But if you curse in your video, they won't be pushed to your audience as much, so you make a lot less money if you're used to 500K to 1 million views and go down to 50K because you swore too much. Once again, what I will say previously is, it's a lot of that shit is overblown. Fact is, if you're an ass to people, your view counts go down. YouTube's actually pretty good at tracking that shit. Pretty good. But yes, if you curse incessantly, you will push your view counts down. But people using shitty slang terms to say the same thing, especially in my Twitch chat, is the most fucking pointless thing you can possibly do. It's just confusing people about what you're talking about without actually benefiting anybody. That's why certain people refer to COVID as a certain global health crisis on YouTube instead of COVID-19. Because if you talk about a certain global health crisis on YouTube too much, they will not put you in the algorithm as much. But who fucking cares? Hey, Psycon, how we do? What is up? Gosh, down to 40. I guess I scared people away saying I might need to end early today. That I had the opposite intent with that, but that's his life. Doing all right? Good to hear, man. Glad to hear you're doing all right. I hope your year's been good so far. But I'm just staring at, uh-oh, what just happened? You just fall off a ledge? What actually just happened? Okay. You fell here from where, though? You didn't fall from up there, did you? Arch apparently took a fall, and his 5th toe is broken. He's got a broken toe and a leg that is mangled beyond recognition. That's not good. The fuck happened to you, man? It's like you're getting carried and his blood's all over the ground. Jeez. Team Xeno seems to be rescuing him. What the fuck happened there? Arch apparently just appeared at the bottom of the map somehow. Yeah, I have like little to no idea as to why that happened. Evaluation from the boss gave you positive scores across the board. And then a long list of things to improve on. Wondering if that was really a positive review. That sounds bullshit. He was pushed by what? It doesn't say that he was pushed, though. Like, what pushed him? Like, this is the only page. Nothing pushed him. He tripped. And he must have fallen pretty far, because that was a lot of impact. So my only logical thing is he fell from where the river is, so he fell at least 10 Z levels. But the fact that he landed on soft dirt helps. So I don't know. But that sounds like a lot of evaluations that I used to get at work, which is, congratulations, you got everything done that you could have in the time that we gave you, and you did great. Although now we want you to get more done. That's usually how they went. Who got wounded? Arch, and I'm not sure how. He just randomly appeared in a spot with like a fall combat log, but nobody pushed him. Nothing pushed him. He just fell. I don't know. Are you extremely clumsy or something? Got something humorous in everything. He is a nervous wreck. Amazingly agile. So no, he's not clumsy. Yeah, I have no idea. Without a report? Yeah, but that water's not deep enough to push. This is a creek, meaning it isn't even, or a brook rather, which means it isn't even considered water. And my theory is he went from here down to here. Oh, it's like that movie Jumper with the kid who played Anakin Skywalker. Where they just like teleport inside of banks and then teleport outside of banks. Does anybody remember that movie? It was not a very good movie. Why nobody remembers that movie? I would actually go so far to say as that was a bad movie. Maybe even a really bad movie. I mean, just because my brain is remembering it, let's see what Rotten Tomatoes thought of it. It was a 2008 movie. Oh boy. I remember watching this movie and thinking, so chat, without looking it up, what do you think the movie Jumper, starring that dude who was in Star Wars, what do you think that the average rating is on Rotten Tomatoes? Without looking it up. 12%? Hmm. Oh, chat, one person. Anybody else want to give a percentage? We're going by the tomato meter, so the official review score, not the audience score here. 26%? 15? Sideways, you win! I don't know what you get. Maybe someone will gift you a sub this week. 15%. 15. That's like nothing. Christ. Yeah, that movie must have been bad. I remember that movie being like absolutely fine. Like watching it like kind of going, this is like mildly entertaining action sequences. That's my memory of that movie, was mildly entertaining action sequences. And then I promptly forgot the movie existed until like just now, because I was curious. Okay, so Dewitt's going to go diagnose the patient. I really wish that those humans would, so that might get better. Something that would be really nice in DF is if you could have like a done trading button and then the traders would just leave. It's like ask them to leave button. Would be real nice. You know, I think I should move my hospital down here, so that it's closer to the well. This headache made you better at guessing. It made you more pessimistic, that's for sure. Also, is Push a real movie, or did you just make that up, Hobo? I can't tell. Because I've never heard of a movie called Push. Real? Like, same thing? Hold on a second. Push. Wow, it is a movie. Got Chris Evans in it? Huh. Apparently. Apparently it's got 23% on Rotten Tomatoes. So better, but not by much. Huh. Cap, not Thor. Yeah, same person, though. You know what's really weird is seeing all of the movies that Captain America was in before he was Captain America. Like, I had like a brain spasm when I was rewatching Scott Pilgrim vs. the World and realized that Chris Evans was in Scott Pilgrim vs. the World as one of the evil X's for like, he's the skateboarder guy with all of his stunt doubles that also have skateboards. I don't believe I've ever seen Not Another Teen Movie. I know of the existence of that film, but I've never seen it. You learn more every day. Yeah, right? It's like, oh my god, it's Captain America. The actual, like, cast of Scott Pilgrim vs. the World is pretty fucking stacked, though. So you are getting that done. Well, at the very least, like, we've more or less got that dwarf taken care of. It's just... It's just weird. What the fuck happened? I'm just hoping that he slipped. I'm just gonna kind of chalk it up to that, but if people start falling randomly... That, or like, maybe it was a dodge... and dodges don't usually show up in combat logs. Perhaps he dodged an arrow or something that was being fired at a buzzard. Perhaps? Also, if I seem distracted today, it's because I'm reading this constantly. Which is a, basically, this was a post from back in December 2020 on the Twitch user forums. Which is basically just like the Twitch feedback forum that nobody looks at and nobody uses. And somebody asked to change the revenue split back in December 2020, which I remember seeing and I voted on it ages ago. And then this morning I suddenly started getting emails, which are just people leaving comments because a Reddit thread, or not a Reddit thread, a Twitter post went viral about the subject with a link to it. It's got like 3,000 retweets now. So I'm just kind of reading people's responses to it. Some people have good responses. Some people have bad responses. Some people have really sad responses that I think say more about like income in North America than anything else. But it's interesting to watch because, like, you know, it's easy to hate on Facebook and shit, but Facebook does have a better split than Twitch does. Their live streaming service, same with YouTube. He dodged a fly? Who dodged a fly? Oh, the dwarf? Yeah, maybe. Well, there was a cardinal up there, so maybe he dodged a cardinal? Facebook stream soon? Well, like I mentioned earlier, but nobody joked about that. They once offered me $2,000 for my first month to switch over to Facebook. $2,000 for my first month. They would just give me $2,000 to stream on Facebook for a month. But then I had to stream for another year on top of that. It was a minimum of 2 streams per week, and they'd give me $2,000 for the... And I was like, that's a lot of money for 1 month, but I'm not going to make any money after that, so nah. Well, maybe not a lot of money, but that's not a bad amount of money for a first month streaming. I know a couple people who took that deal, and it seemed to work really well for a little bit. I don't know if it still is. But most of the people that I know who moved over to Facebook were primarily Call of Duty or mobile game people, which are like the two things that do all right on Facebook. I guess Fortnite probably does fine. But to actually answer that question, never, because I don't have a Facebook account anymore. I deleted it. But that was also around the time that Mixer shut down, and then they just like redirected the Mixer homepage to Facebook, and then offered everybody who streamed on Mixer $2,000 for their first month. So I guess they just like extended that to their email list and also caught me in there somehow. Curious about how many retweets that tweet has now. Yeah, about 2,000 total. Could you fall and not die? It depends on how much armor you're wearing and what kind of material you land on. The denser the material, the more damage it does to you when you land on it. And based on what your clothing is, your clothing may absorb some of that damage. So it's hard to say. Rith, the merchant, says, I learned World of Glue. This is satisfying. I read World of Glue. That was satisfying. In which told the story of the appointment of Mistum Stokedale to the position of Outpost Liaison of the Ignited Creation in the early spring of year 6 at the Simple Dinner. Enjoyed that. Legendary story at this point. Do it, the merchant. Taught diagnostics. That was very satisfying. Is anybody taking care of that dwarf who's currently, like, you know, lying on this? Maybe I should turn on job cancellations for a second. Let's see what they need. Bouncy clothes? Yeah, we have to make our clothes entirely out of marshmallow. Just looking for why doctoring jobs could get canceled. Currently, everything is just getting canceled by buzzards, but let's just turn on the military for a second. Help kill those. Move thread into silk. Oh, maybe I need thread. It's possible. Oh no, we're out of powder. Have to import some more. Maybe just not enough jobs? Who's my chief medical dwarf? Axon. Axon doing? Terry. Yeah. Yeah, maybe they don't need anything. But yeah, if they land on a really dense material, like if the floor is made out of, like, let's just throw out a dense material here and say platinum, It'll do a lot more damage than if they land on a wood floor. Because density is the main factor in the amount of damage that flooring does when you collide with it. Also, chat, as I've been talking about all day today, or maybe not all day, but part of the day today, if you want to help the stream out at no cost to you, hosting the stream does a lot. Just pop over to your own channel on Twitch and type /host in my username. It actually does help bring in new people via recommendations, because if there's a lot of people hosting a channel, the channel probably, according to Twitch, deserves more viewership. And today's been really, really rough on the stats, to the point where I'm probably going to end early. So if you want to keep this chat going, anything that you can do to keep activity up or try and encourage people to swing by the stream is very much appreciated. By making everything out of featherwood, then? Generally, parents are going to carry babies. What are my plans for supper? Probably pasta. Dinners have been very boring since lockdowns have started again. Although I did have a more interesting dinner a couple days ago, but unfortunately, dinners are really boring these days. Probably pasta and some greens. My kale garden is still growing kale, because kale grows year-round, so. Also, I'm glad that Hobo has the same thought I do whenever I see a bottle of Fireball. It's like, who hurt you? It's like, I see a bottle of Fireball. Are you okay? You need to talk. Bastet and Sideways, thanks for the host. And Cuglorf, thanks for the host, guys. Let's see if that helps a little bit. I'm basically giving it like another 10 minutes. If we can get back above 50, I'll keep going, but otherwise I gotta call it. Because there's a point where my time is better spent elsewhere, unfortunately, in this industry. Conduct meeting. How many buzzards are left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Cool. At least we're taking out those buzzards at a time. Yeah, unfortunately, talking about food has gotten so much harder since the pandemic stuff happened in 2020 and then ramped up. Because, like, food used to be a very regular subject on this stream. Like, talking about cooking was something that I used to do all the goddamn time. Then lockdown happened and I ate nothing but beans and pasta for 6 months. Then, now lockdown part 2 is happening again because people are fucking nitwits. You know. So thus, restrictions are starting to pop up on how much we can buy and where we can buy it from and when we can buy it. So getting to, like, buy fancy groceries and cook fancy foods is a thing that's going to be happening less again, which sucks. Got to be an adult. Lurks are appreciated. You have a good one, man. Let's get rid of all of these buzzard corpses. I like that if bags and clothing get bad enough, they actually do put them in refuse piles. I've made friends. Yay, dwarfs made friends. My mare, I've defeated many fearsome opponents. It's probably a buzzard. We're in a soft lockdown until the 14th, I think. So pubs have to close early. Places that only sell booze are closed, except for liquor stores. Nightclubs are closed, so no more titty bars. Concerts are half capacity or are just getting canceled if they've sold at capacity. So a lot of concerts are getting canceled again, which means I probably won't go see Holy Fuck, which is unfortunate. And travel restrictions might come back. Although part of my province is still underwater, so traveling is still a null point in a lot of cases. Or now it's frozen underwater. Maybe it's worse. You feel like you're underwater? Why's that? I think how it's just like the UK from Joe. The US. It really depends on where you are in the US. Some parts of the US are just trying to pretend it doesn't exist. Then there's a lot of people in Sweden who are refusing to take the vaccine for question mark reasons. Okay, we need to slaughter animals again. A bunch of cows, a bunch of unicorns. Just anxiety over the stuff with lockdowns again? You know, I am of the opinion at this point, now that, we've reached endemic status, that population is going to be segregated from here on forward, those who are vaccinated and those who are not vaccinated. And there will always be some sort of scary strain or vein, I guess, COVID-19 just rolling around and causing havoc in various places amongst the unvaccinated, and because of the unvaccinated infecting the vaccinated, even if the symptoms are mild, and mild symptoms can still be debilitating and still have permanent effects. So that's kind of the new normal. I'm just kind of expecting this to continue indefinitely. Unless somehow they figure out how to, beam vaccines in through cell phone towers or something. I don't think that it's ever going to go away, just ever. You're forcibly taking away mandates? That's fun. You need to read about how many people die from the flu every year, Verhoeven. I mean, theoretically, you could stop it with lockdowns. Theoretically. The problem is people refuse to actually obey lockdowns when they happen. But as far as pokes go, I am getting my third one in 2 days, so. Stores can still require them? Who cares if individual stores require them? It's an all or nothing thing, dude. Exactly, Sideways. Like I said, it's all or nothing. But the world refuses to do all. And even at the very beginning, the world refused to do all. So the world refused, and now we get to live with this for the rest of our lives, probably. No, I'm well aware of how many people die from just being idiots on the street. Absolutely. Or, die in any way. But more ways to die isn't exactly a benefit to society now, is it? Unless you're, into population culling, which is another fun subject. Did you get mixed boosters with different shots and different companies, or did you get all the same one, Rory? But I am already prepared to feel meh. Hi, Armor. All Pfizer. I've had only Moderna, so I don't know. Although I don't know what they're giving me on the 6th, so I guess I'll find out when I get there. I would assume more Moderna, but... I understand the feels of that, Dwarf. I should be feeling great. I should be feeling great as well. Okay, so on one hand, I completely agree that food should be healthier, but I disagree with that second statement. No, you being vaccinated isn't the issue. People being morons is the issue. So what you're saying doesn't really fix anything. Because the whole point was people have to, like, at this point, there is a large chunk of my family, like extended family, that I'll just never be able to see again because none of them are vaccinated, because they all refuse to get vaccinated. Also, what Hobo said, eating a burger doesn't exactly harm your 80-year-old grandmother. At least with shitty foods, and I worked in the fast food industry for 8 years, so I have plenty of shit to say about the fast food industry. You're not hurting other people by you having fast food, just like I'm not giving other people lung cancer by me smoking weed, right? I'm only hurting myself. I'm not hurting other people, right? People willingly going out, vaccinated or unvaccinated, and socializing during lockdowns is putting other people in danger as well as yourself. It doesn't fucking matter what you do for yourself. If you want to put yourself in danger, go put yourself in danger. That's fine, right? If you want to go backpacking and put yourself in danger, that's fine. If you want to go surfing or scuba diving or ride a mountain bike down a mountain, do what you want to do because you're not hurting other people. Getting sick with COVID is putting other people at risk. That's like walking around with a ticking time bomb in your back pocket. You're putting other people at risk. So, I disagree with that acceptable risk statement. As somebody who is, quote unquote, at risk, if I get the normal ass flu, they do. Have you heard of this thing called Ebola? They locked down entire countries for that. But as somebody, if I get the regular ass flu, I can be hospitalized, right? Hospitalized in the ICU, just like COVID, for a normal ass flu. So I feel the exact same way about the normal ass flu as I do with COVID. People should go get their annual vaccines, and people should go home when they're sick and not put me at risk. So maybe you're in a slightly different situation. Maybe you're a young, healthy person and you can say, well, I don't really get all that sick anyway. Well, I guess that there are kind of two options going forward here. Either we change the subject or we start to argue because we clearly disagree on the subject. That's what I do, which is why I stay inside and complain that the concerts I wish I could have gone to got canceled. Like the 4 concerts that have been canceled in the last 17 hours here. And one more that I'm expecting to be canceled that is supposed to be happening before the other ones that just got canceled. Sorry, Elbow, that's just too funny. It's not becomes an endemic. We are in an endemic. It's been an endemic for about 8 months, according to WHO. Delta variant's endemic, but just because it's endemic doesn't mean it's not life-threatening, and doesn't mean it can't give you lasting side effects. Doesn't mean it sucks, and it also doesn't mean it can still kill. It also means it can still kill your grandmother. So, I just saw somebody talking about love, and I want to see who it was. I think it was I talked to my father, such love I feel. So I guess, Verhoeven, I'm kind of confused as to what your end goal here is with what you're saying. It's like, I understand that you are vaccinated, but you argue that people should be going out anyways because it's, air quotes, an acceptable risk. I think when you're talking about other people's lives that are not your own, there is no such thing as acceptable risk. Period. What Butchie Bear has said is correct, but you're also less likely to be a carrier if you've had the vaccine. Just like you're more likely to be a carrier if you haven't had it. You're saying eternal lockdowns are not acceptable? I'm also pissed off about the lockdowns, but I'm pissed off about the lockdowns because we're back in lockdown because of how many people haven't been vaccinated. I just wish people said that. I just wish people behaved in the first place so that we wouldn't be in this situation now. For me personally, there's no acceptable risk. There's no such thing as acceptable risk when it comes to putting other people's lives in danger. You're taking my statements and twisting them, and I'm not really appreciating that, friend. So you know what? I'm just going to do this. Have a nice life. I basically stated, what, a minute ago, that we have an option here, which is either we can continue to argue or we can change the subject. I've opted to change the subject. They didn't opt to change the subject. Moving on, chat. If we could get rid of this thing by putting literally every person on the planet into lockdown for a month, we should have done it. But unfortunately, large parts of the world didn't give a shit. This could have been over before 2020 ended, but it's not. So here we are in Hobo's still having to get tested because he happens to work in a public space. Fucking sucks. All right, so do I have to ban anybody else, or can we all just, like, let the subject die down? I'm wondering what that dwarf needed, but I guess he just needed time to rest because he's no longer in hospital, so I guess that's good. Not like weird fall combat log. I'm still perplexed by that. Nothing, literally nothing attacked him. Also, looks like all of those buzzards are gone. Good. I mean, I could time you out if you want, Rory. Because that is friendly fire. Nah, I don't think we need to ban anybody else. Just the person who intentionally keeps the conversation going. Which sucks. I don't like banning a first-time viewer for dumb fucking reasons. You know, if it's the hill that you want to die on, I guessed, I suppose. Really? I know I timed somebody out for the first time ever, and it was an actual accident. It's like, oh no, I've been on Twitch for a decade, and I've never been timed out or banned. I'm like, I'm sorry. I've been timed out and banned in a lot of chats, but it's always been misunderstandings. Like, I managed to get myself banned from a chat for posting links because they had a setting on Moobot where if you tried to post a link, it would time you out. Post it a second time, it would time you out. Post it a third time, it would ban you. And over the span of about 6 weeks, because I posted a lot of images in that chat because the streamer would ask me to post images. They're like, oh, hey, could you post a screenshot of that? And I did. You're on Halo. It's fine. And like, so I would respond to them and I would post. And half the time, like, their mods weren't quick enough to do the permit thing. And so I did get perma-banned in that chat for about a minute until somebody noticed and unbanned me, which is pretty funny. I've had stuff like that happen a good couple of times over the years, but I believe I've only been intentionally banned once, and I was drunk, and I deserved it. He did unban me the next day, though. Like, the only example of me actually being banned in a channel was like drunk on Discord trolling from stream to stream with friends, which was, you know, good memories, but also sorry. Or like the time that Ludicolo banned me because or banned me and then unbanned me and then didn't remod me because I was drunk and just, I went into his chat and said, press 1 to get banned, and just started banning everybody who pressed 1. Which is why I do genuinely tell people, do not mod me in your stream, because I am a liability. That was definitely back when I used to drink a lot. I don't drink so much these days. I think it's fall now? No stone today. You had your first person request to get unbanned earlier this week. Usually, I disabled that feature on my channel because I got fucking tired of people insulting me again. Like, I would ban somebody, and then like an hour later, I would get another, another post from them, and hobo. Well, I guess Rory's now been timed out on Twitch. You ruined his perfect score. The important question is, do you know of any channels where you have mod comments, Rory? Because Hobo could give you a mod comment, although Hobo hasn't given you a mod comment. You're gonna wait until you get killed again to remove it. I beat you to it. We were talking, though. Also, the humans have arrived. I was tapped out because I was unbanning Rory. You don't remember what you were saying? That's funny. Oh, we were talking about unbanning people, and you said that you had your first person request to get unbanned earlier this week, which is what you were saying, and then I said that I disabled that feature because generally the only thing that I would get out of that feature is I would ban somebody for either like being an intentional annoying ass contrarian or being an asshole, or some variation of the two, and I'd ban them, and then I would get a request to be unbanned, literally just saying fuck you. Like, I got enough that were just like a hey fuck you, or like a yeah but you're still wrong, or like something like that, to the point where I was just like, this is a useless feature, so I just disabled it. Until your mod brought it up last night. Well, at least one of your mods brought it up. Also, the fact that I don't believe I've ever seen somebody get banned in your chat that wasn't a bot, right? I don't believe I've ever seen someone get banned in your chat. Hey, Solvis, if you have any questions, give me a shout. Or Solvals? I'm not sure. Strictacular. Hell yeah. I still think that my best game of Halo Infinite ever was that one that was just... was it you that was in the back of it, where you just went like 30-0 in like the first 2 minutes of a big team battle Slayer? And you just like put you in the back of the Warthog and you just gunned everybody down. It was great. What if bots are now doing unban requests? Man, someone should like do that, because that would be hilarious, actually. It's just like, buy more viewers on this website, and then unban request, buy more viewers on this website. They brought us an eagle? And a yak? God damn it. It's not a matter of whether or not Hobo's that good. It's a matter or not of whether or not the other team is that bad. That's generally what I find. It's like, I don't generally get worse or better from game to game of Halo, but sometimes I just get matched against people that are terrible. And those matches I do real well. Also, if anybody's feeling generous, Sideways deserves a subscription. Just throwing that out there. Boop. That. If you weren't broke, you were already having it, which is why I have to, like, taunt chat every so often. He's just trying to hustle. Well, there you go. 3 months. Hold on a second. 3 months of tier 1 sub to Sideways V2. Damn, dude. 3 months? Now, did you do that just to get number 1? I think you did that just to get number 1. Damn, dude. Thanks a ton. Welcome back, Sideways. Courtesy of Rory. Now you get resubs as well. Honestly, I think that's like maybe the best feature that Twitch has implemented in the past few years is being able to gift multiple months of a sub at once. Maybe the best feature Twitch has implemented in ages. Nah, charcoal. Actually, I don't need charcoal. I need ash, but it does count those as multiple on the leaderboard, yeah. But I get it staggers out the money that I get, so I get resub money on those. Man, they fired out so many goddamn arrows and bolts. Unforbid all of those. Let's claim all that and then jump up here. Forbid all of these again. Just the stuff that's in that room. In total? Or currently? Because in total, I couldn't tell you. But currently, we have 29 citizens, but we have 51 if you include the merchants, which are sort of like migrant workers. They're not official citizens, and there are certain jobs they can't do. But we stopped getting migrants about 225 years ago. About 225 years ago, we stopped getting migrants, so we have to use merchants instead of migrants. Keep the population going. Otherwise, we'll eventually just run out of dwarves. Because this fortress is so old, that, you know, there are certain things that just become difficult to complete. Yeah, well, I mean, maybe it might be something that Tarn, like, changes, right? Because it's because of this. It's because the game's assuming that I have 3,000 dwarves in my fort. Because there's 12,000 things that have died. And it's a limitation from 2009 or so that Tarn inputted after the game went 3D. I was using one dwarf for all your stone detailing until they hit legendary. Now you've set them to do engravings, and they're producing nothing but masterworks. Oh, that's awesome. That's always fun. Just remember, you can't dig through masterwork engravings, or that dwarf will have a panic attack. They will freak out about art defacement. So just make sure that you're putting them in places that you can dig through later, Xandor. Also, if anybody else wants to help out my Reddit thread, I posted this and was just kind of curious to see if it would get any traction. It kind of is. Like, it's not doing nothing, so. 17 upvotes ain't bad. I'll take it, frankly. People are confused about what I'm talking about. This user voice post went viral yesterday evening on Twitter, even though it's existed for like a year. It's just kind of been sitting there. Twitch will probably not respond to it, and nothing will happen. But, maybe vote it up. It'd be cool if Twitch did. I don't really expect Twitch to ever change their cut. But if they did, that'd be neat. Making more iron bins. Well, they do seem to be taking iron from up here, which is nice. I'm just kind of hoping that we can get some of the iron that's just like sitting on this floor up here removed. And also, if we can get more iron bins, then maybe they'll put them up here and then put away more of the metals. Yeah, and I happen to like Twitch, sideways. I like this platform quite a bit. Been good to me over the years. Apparently, Dragon Force is coming to Vancouver. I refuse to believe that that's actually going to happen. But kind of tempted to go see Dragon Force. Kind of tempted. Doubt that that concert's going to happen, and it's kind of not within my acceptable risk parameters right now. So, I will wait. In other news, my 2021 recap of Dwarf Fortress news is doing pretty well. Getting close to 9,000 views. Currently sitting at a funky little 8,300. But kind of hoping that thing will. If it gets 15,000 views, I'll be happy with it. The time I put into editing it. Dwarves have arrived to trade as well. Way too much shit to put away right now. Excuse me. Craft. Craft. Bring a bunch of crafts over. Got far too many of them. Also, just thank you very much, everybody, for hanging out, and to everybody for gifting subs and cheering and all that stuff today. Because you guys are keeping this weird stream funded. And apologies for complaining about numbers. I sometimes gotta do that. Make sure things are staying level. But I appreciate all the lurks and anybody for just hanging out and watching. So cheers, friends. Here's a lot of crafts coming over. Means a lot of crafts are going to get put away. It's been a busy day, so it's nice to chill a bit. Yeah. I understand that. I do definitely understand that. Where did that one go? The one that makes me kind of sad is this moves quickly enough that often the ones that pop up are already gone. There was one that said, I got to spend time with family and I am satisfied, which is neat. Wanted to find it to highlight it, but they disappeared too quickly, unfortunately. I like this one. Nil, this is the outpost liaison. This isn't even one of my dwarves. This is the outpost liaison. I need to wear fine things. I am not uneasy. I need to drink. I am not uneasy. I must pray to the spear of incineration. I am not uneasy. I want to spend time with family. I am not lonely. I need more. I'm not uneasy. I need more. I'm not uneasy. Much to sanitize? Oh, I getcha. Is this like busy day at work kind of deal, or just busy day and busy day as busy day and busy day? Watch the kind of conversations they have. Sounds like fun. You'll see a lot of repeated words. But it is interesting, the way that they talk sometimes. It can be quite interesting. But just keep in mind that you will see a lot of repeated words. This is kind of an interesting comment from somebody named Looper Metroid. This is on that user voice thing on Twitch, talking about sub revenue. And they say, it makes sense for both sides, because if I got more of a cut of every sub, I'd work harder to get more subs, which would in total overall make more money for both parties. If affiliates get paid more, they'll put more work into every aspect of streaming and stream more often. I don't know about that. And it'll overall improve their mood on stream. It will initially, and then they'll forget, and then it'll go back to normal. Happier streamers go a long way towards engagement and viewership, which also helps strengthen Twitch as a platform, and something it is starting to need as Facebook and YouTube become more appealing by the week. I don't know about them becoming more appealing by the week. Facebook is becoming less appealing by the week, but that's still an interesting comment. Also, Joe, did the YouTube streams or the YouTube videos and the streams of your mod bring your mod any more traffic, or did it still just kind of stay quiet? I haven't looked at it in a while. Streaming it was kind of all I could do, so. Hey, West a trader? No, I didn't. Would help. You almost slept on the keyboard. Time. Good night and have fun. Cheers to Second Hero. You have a good night, man. Don't sleep on your keyboard. It's bad for your switches to hold them down for long periods of time. Assuming you're using a a mechanical keyboard. I still maintain that if Dwarf Fortress releases on Steam this year, my main hope and goal for Dwarf Fortress releasing is that my channel just becomes active enough that I never have dead chat issues anymore. Like, if Steam DF releasing could just keep me at, like, 80 viewers and never having dead chat ever again, that would be lovely. Interesting. Well, that's neat. Happy to help. I didn't realize that Dwarf Fortress database had that much tracking. I need to look at that thing more. I occasionally will just toss save files up there, but I toss up a save file and then forget it exists and then never check it again. So that's my extent of use on the Dwarf Fortress database. I set it up, upload it, and then forget about it. I hope the DF community becomes very active. I do too. Like, there's other people on YouTube and Twitch that I also would like to see be more successful post-release. But I don't know. There's definitely, like, very much real worries for me. Like, I've dedicated a lot of hours to streaming on Twitch in the hardest way possible. And by the hardest way possible, I mean I've dedicated a lot of hours to stream on Twitch and play the hardest game categories to grow in. So, surprise, it's hard to grow on Twitch. I got a genuine laugh the other day, right when I was about to head to bed and on Rory's stream, because somebody posted, "Man, this game doesn't get enough love. This game is so niche. It only has 600 viewers." Rory was streaming Final Fantasy VII Remake. So this person in Rory's chat was saying that Final Fantasy VII Remake doesn't get enough love on Twitch. Oh, if only you knew. It's like, oh, if only you knew. Should see some of the shit I stream. Man, I'm so over here crying that nobody streams Jupiter Hell and I'm the only person playing Dwarf Fortress most days. And Dwarf Fortress is the well-known game that I play. It's like you feel that way too, right, Rory? Like, Final Fantasy VII is pretty mainstream and gets kind of a lot of love from kind of a lot of places. You know, like, that game is doing fine. And is very well rated. And, like, if it as soon as it gets an expansion pack or any kind of DLC, it'll have 15,000 people watching again. Yeah, because everybody who gives a shit already played it, and it's a console franchise traditionally. So everybody who gives a shit and also played it already played it, right? It makes perfect sense. To me, anyway. It's the same reason absolutely nobody cared when Horizon Zero Dawn released on PC. Also, that patch was terrible, but it's also on the least popular storefront for most users on the internet, right? It's the last fantasy. You're not allowed to have any others after that one. But it's also the 7th last fantasy. Don't ask me about the other 11-ish. Well, yeah, that's because of the speedrunning community, Rory. So that makes sense. Because the speedrunning community has been working on that for years. So that makes perfect sense to me. That OG Final Fantasy VII. Also, that's what people have nostalgia for. People don't have nostalgia for Final Fantasy VII Remake. Like, there's reasons to go back to play Final Fantasy VII, but if you're playing Final Fantasy VII Remake, that's like a recent game. Recent 3D action games like that always get lower viewership than like after 6 months. Like, there's kind of a window where new games like that are super popular, and then after that window is over, the popularity dwindles. At least from a viewership standpoint on Twitch. It is just genuinely hilarious to me that that person was complaining the game doesn't get more love. That game is perfectly well rated and gets enough love. In my opinion, but I don't know. It's just funny that there was somebody in Rory's chat saying, man, this game is so niche. It doesn't get enough love on Twitch. It's like, what? You're calling Final Fantasy VII Remake niche? What planet are you on? Certainly not one that I've ever been to. Has been insane. You're welcome. I think like also you have a audience that's kind of like mine, Rory. You streamed quite consistently for quite some time a while ago, but the audience that you had was connected to enough other streamers that also know you that the audience is still on Twitch. So you come back and your audience is still there, right? Like, if you stop streaming for a while and you don't have a network of other people that you know who your audience also watch, and then you come back, you're screwed because nobody's going to tune in and watch you, right? Because your audience is gone and has left and has since moved on to brighter pastures, I guess. Whereas if you leave for a while and then come back and you still have that network and that network of people still exist and they know who you are, people will show up, right? Like, I have this advantage of I have my stream team, right? So if I were to take 3 months off and then I come back, my stream team would boost me back to where I was, right? To a degree. And I would retain that and people would remember me from Dwarf Fortress things. It's like this one guy that I know who used to run an Elite Dangerous podcast, streams maybe once or twice a year, and he'll play Elite Dangerous. He never even got affiliated. He never really took streaming seriously, but like he used to get like 150 viewers when he'd stream that podcast. And then he just kind of vanished off of the face of the earth because he got married and had a kid, which is, understandable. Also, he has a real job and other things, and stopped doing the podcast. But like sometimes he'll pop back, and whenever he pops back, like his stream blows up and he has like 200 viewers again. He could have gotten affiliated or could have gotten partnered if he wanted to make money doing it, but it was never an interest for him. So, I am your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Welcome back, Nil Tongs Dumat. There's much to share. We've updated your civilization world info. I wonder if there is wars happening again. We shall order cheese. Cheese, please. Somebody who's supporting me on Patreon, type an exclamation point cheese. To look over the documents. And I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. I need to make 3 more cabinets. Okay, there we go. Back to invading the gubbins. Good to know. But I don't know. I'm not super surprised that your viewership's been good coming back, Rory. There isn't a lot of streamers that are small and new these days don't stream the way you do. You stream in kind of an older fashion, so it's not surprising to me that people come back. The kind of streams that we do is, I don't want to say out of style these days, but it's not what, like, I kind of like try to emphasize this to some people, and some people just don't understand it, which is The kinds of streams that I watched when I started streaming were like man versus game and Craigasm or Craig, and people like, I'm trying to think of older school streamers, a lot of old League of Legends streamers who no longer stream, and you know, just kind of the gameplay and a lot of chat interaction and talking. The kind of streams that are popular now that people who start streaming now want to be like is Mizkif and XQC, which is a very different kind of stream to versus something like what I watched when I started, right? So the channels that were popular when I started are the like people like Excessive Profanity, probably one of the biggest inspirations for a lot of the stuff I do. It's like there aren't a lot of new channels like that now because the audience for those channels is generally older and shrinking on Twitch to a degree. Maybe not shrinking, but not the primary audience on Twitch anymore. So people who go into Twitch wanting to stream on Twitch, they want to be like Mizkif. They want to be maybe like that really big World of Warcraft, Asmongold, that dude. Maybe like him. But in general, people who start streaming now don't want to be like man versus game. Well, it's not even that they don't have a lot of chat interaction. It's a different kind of interaction, right? Like it's a lot more like current generation Twitch streamers are a lot more, I don't want to say hype focused, but a lot more money focused than just putting on a good show. You're just saying that Final Fantasy VII streams have been better than anything else you've been playing. That's great. Those hosts and rates are much appreciated. Well, it's crazy big differences for how the peeps are stopping by when a sub 20 to 30 plus 4 to 5 times the new peeps. Do you know what you're gonna do after Final Fantasy VII Remake? That's the important question. A post liaison said, "I talked to my friend. This might be affection I feel." Aww. Look at this. I talked to my friend. This must be affection I feel. Right? Fair enough. I think, like, what other games exist that are like that? I guess, like, you could theoretically play the Kingdom Hearts. But then you'd have to play Kingdom Hearts. So then I guess you'd also cry. That or do, like, a hard mode challenge run or some shit. Kingdom Hearts, yes. Kingdom Dialogue Hurts. I know a streamer who does literally nothing but play Kingdom Hearts. Well, that's, like, the majority of what she does. It's like that and Genshin Impact. And every other RPG that comes out. Is going to be dove in too soon? Yeah. I mean, like, the thing that I always tell people isn't... the thing that I always tell people that want to get into streaming is, don't just play games that you want to play. Find a game that does all right for you, and then play games that audience of that game also like. So if you're playing Final Fantasy VII Remake, do a little bit of googly research and figure out, what do fans of Final Fantasy VII Remake also like? And then play that. It's like, I like Dwarf Fortress. All right, so I need to find games that fans of Dwarf Fortress also like. It doesn't matter what you're streaming as long as it's a thing that you like and you can find other things. Okay, now I'm looking at that user voice thread, and somebody just posted, as a D affiliate over pay disparity, among other things, this would go a long way to get me back. I'm looking at that and squinting and going, if you canceled your affiliate contract, which you can do manually, or they can remove it from you, I wonder if Twitch would even let you come back. That's... Among other things is the part that I'm really wondering. Among other things, I don't know if Twitch would let you come back. But good luck with that. Good luck. That's just funny to me. Fortunately, though, is if you can get the RPG audience, RPGs are long. So it's like, 90 hours of a game for a stream. If you can stretch that to like 190 hours by, just standing still for a while and, yelling at chat, like, that's a lot of content. Like, realistically, I know that a lot of you enjoy watching Longdeath these days, but a large portion of why I do Longdeath is because I know for fact that if I'm streaming, like, if I have a fort that I can stream for multiple years and I can sustain throughout that, that means that you guys really like watching and I have content for a long time. It's actually like a solid business plan, as much as it is also like a fun challenge for me to accomplish. Yeah, we also need entertaining lengthy. That's the hard bit, right? Is getting the entertaining lengthy instead of just boring lengthy. Or instead of just fun lengthy. Because some are entertaining lengthy, some are fall asleep on your lap lengthy. Chat, what's a Thule? Because this person just responded, and their username is Dude with the Thule. Tooley. What the heck's a Thule? You have no idea. That's what I'm thinking. I'm like, what the fuck's a Thule? Water skin. You're not filling it with water. That would be distressing. To mid-autumn. Nil Tungsdumat. I have improved my comedy, and that was satisfying. Meanwhile, Mistum got into an argument with Doran, and that was satisfying. And Doran says, I got into an argument with Mistum. That I feel resentful. Uh-oh. I lost the Hammer Dwarf says, I was near a trade depot, and this pleases me. And Duck the Swords Dwarf says, I was near a bridge, and it pleases me. Rory the Scholar says, I have been rained on. I am not uneasy. Well, that is good. I'm glad that you're getting over some of your internal stresses, Rory. But at least you're not stressed anymore, so that's good. Tooly. That's Tully, not Thule. Slowly but surely. It's like real life. All right, chat. It is 2:51. I'm going to go make myself some lunch real quick. I will be gone for about 5 to 10 mins, give or take. And then we will play out the rest of this year of Longdeath. We've got the rest of winter to get through. Fingers crossed. I'll give you guys one of these dwarves to follow. They're putting stuff away. So you guys are following Quevenir. We will keep streaming until the end of this Longdeath session. And if chat activity stays around where it's at, we will do a peek at the graphical version of Soul Ash tonight. If views continue to be kind of cruddy and chat gets quiet, then we won't do that tonight. Kind of depends on what happens. So it's kind of up to you guys whether or not we keep going or not. But I will be back in a couple of minutes. So don't go anywhere too fast. If you happen to have sound commands, now's a good time to use them to entertain the chat room. Look it up on the Steam and you'll find it. It's one word, just a tip. And you gotta feed the kids. We'll see you when we see you. I'll be go. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Anywhere too fast. And if I could get around to beers and rocks, that would be rad. Just type in the word beer if you don't know how to do that. It'll work. Trust me. BRB. Oh, also, I think investments are open. That's a lot of dwarf bucks, Xandor. I've been eating a lot of egg salad sandwiches recently. That egg salad sandwich was tasty. I just wanted to brag about the fact that I've been eating a lot of egg salad sandwiches and that egg salad sandwich in particular was tasty. All right. Punched in what I ate. Injections are done. Blood sugar is stable. A bit high, but stable. And I failed my investment. Yeah, that is an expensive artifact. Was there like any particular fancy materials in it? My favorite artifacts are artifact instruments. Those are my favorites, hands down. There we go. All of the iron is vanishing from in here, which is good. Kind of hoping that these are in the job queue. They don't seem to be, but... Most of the dwarves are just putting stuff away. I yelled at somebody in charge. That was not satisfying, said a dwarf. From cut and uncut gems? Oh, was it like a gem shop? Like a gems workshop? Or was it a crafts torch workshop? Damn. You know what? Maybe it's because I'm a average white male, but I don't fully agree with people's statements of Twitch not being a safe place to stream. There's a person who's like shouting about how the revenue and also a massive safety overhaul needs to be done. It's like, I'm pretty sure they just did that. You can very specifically tweak your moderation settings now. I'm not sure what more people want. Like, I remember a time when YouTube didn't even have a ban button. Like, there was a good while there on YouTube where you couldn't even time people out. Right? You ain't complaining, you're just a bit worried you might get goblin sieges now? How many dwarves do you have in your fort? Currently. And what is your total fort wealth? Because well, if you've had one, you'll get more. It doesn't really matter. With sieges, you only need to really kill half of them. Approximately half of them. And then most of the time they will vamos. A nice line of defense on the outside is generally sufficient. You can also just fully disable them. But pro tip, if you have less than 80 dwarves, you will never get a goblin siege. You can get elven attacks, though. Oh, jeez. Never mind, Rory's depressed again. 175, including 40 militia. Max set to 200 plus 20 children. Yeah, then yes, you will get raids. You're trying to attend a meeting with the mayor, who is currently heading to bed. So, suboptimal. The problem that I have with this mayor is he's got leg problems. You know what? Put a bed up here and make this my mayor's bedroom. Where is my mayor currently sleeping? Right here? Okay. Let's remove your bedroom. Give it to nobody. And then give this bed up here to you once it gets constructed. hits you via text. Well, I mean, naturally, you have to feel exactly the same way as your dwarf counterpart does. Like, if you don't, then what are you even doing, man? It's a legal requirement, in fact. You have to feel exactly the same way as your dwarven counterpart does in real life. Although it is real funny when, like, I'll read a dwarf's description and they're like, man, that's actually a really good description of me. It's like, yeah, because they're super generic and, like, kind of mean nothing. You see, you must become dwarf. Yes, become dwarf. Reject earth, become dwarf. Or maybe it's reject earth, strike earth. Strike earth instead of live in earth. I don't know where I'm going with this, but... Alright, so this can become my mayor's bedroom. This was the king's bedroom previously. Strike the earth and drink the booze. Yep. It's a rough life when you're not streaming. You don't know how you're supposed to feel anymore. Oh no. What happens when your dwarf dies then? I learned stutures for everyone, says Volleyball. No, I'm not interested. Well, that's not good. Why are you reading if you're not interested in the book? I guess that would be like me learning trigonometry. It's like, I learned trigonometry. I don't give a shit. I will continue with the rest of my life now. If your dwarf dies, you get a new dwarf, or die. Yeah. It's like maybe you just die multiple times. You know, can I just say that it's really ironic? You guys want to see something really, really ironic? Currently, you know, Twitch's community is complaining about revenue splits and massively uploading a thing. Meanwhile, this is what Twitch is posting. I was like, I wonder, is Twitch posting it? Oh. Hmm. Meanwhile, Twitch. Twitch is just posting memes, as they do. It's fine. I wouldn't want to run Twitch's Twitter account at all. Don't envy the person with that job. Don't envy the person with that job. Giant rat is fighting. Yeah, guys, I don't think we're going to be able to do that first look at Soul Ash today. We'll play out the rest of this year, though. Stats are not recovering. They're getting worse. There's not much I can do about it, Sideways, fortunately. Not much I can do. People don't want to tune in and watch blind. People don't tune in and watch blind. The way it is. Well, at the very least, most of the boulders here are almost done being put away. Means we can start up another round of crafts. Mayor's been made happy. Hope Mayor likes new bedroom. Hey, Valcor. Thanks for the 5th month. Welcome back, man.
Crippler Crypt Bear.
Speaking of features, you know what's a feature that I miss? I really miss the era of YouTube where you could automatically link to a Twitch stream while it was live via all of your YouTube videos. Does anybody remember that feature? You'd start watching a YouTube video and be like, currently live on Twitch. Yeah, YouTube removed that feature around the time they were like, actually, we should compete with YouTube. We should compete with Twitch, not support them. Because my God, that feature would help me a lot right now. The number of times I have random people on YouTube just like messaging me going, wait, you stream? Gosh. I miss those days. Those were the good days. That's actually how so many Twitch streamers that are full-time YouTubers are so, or that were full-time YouTubers are so big now, is because they just had like free non-stop shoutouts from all of their hundreds of thousands of daily views. It wasn't even that long ago. It was like 3 years ago. It's not even quite a back in my day moment. It's like, you know, like just a couple of years ago, there was this incredible feature for streamers on Twitch through YouTube that just went away. Edge. Which for me right now would be approximately a potential 149 views per hour. Feels longer. Time moves in weird spaces. Time is subjective. We'll put it. Time is subjective is the the thing that we must say. As a great person once put it, time is subjective. Yes. Very smart man once said, time can be subjective. Although I love that Steam forum thread for the Dwarf Fortress premium version that's just, time is not subjective, and then like all of the scientific reasons why it's not subjective and why it is actually relative and not subjective. It's like a very funny thread, in my opinion. Realizing that I have a security hole, but it's fine. Down to 39 animals, which is where we need it. Yeah, chat. I gotta end stream. Stats are too shitty. I'm sorry. I can't do this. We'll pick this back up again tomorrow, and we'll try and do the Soul Ash evening first look tomorrow. The day was fun. Too short, but fun. Unfortunately, I have that. I have a rule. If I go below 50 viewers, I have to end stream, and we've been sitting below 50 viewers for the entire stream. We're about below 40. Can't do it. Sorry. The earlier question that I missed. What was the earlier question?